Good morning, everyone. I hope everyone is doing well, like me. I'm very well, thank you. Yesterday, we have a wonderful day with a personal reminiscence about Marija Gimbutas, with impression how she was as a teacher, as an organizer, as a traveler. And on the second part of the day, we have intense discussions how we can interpret the archaeological material, anthropomorphic plastic, how diverse are the aspects of interpretations. And it was really a very fruitful day. But today we have also a very interesting program starting with very important aspect, ADNA research, and we will discuss about the reasons of migrations, about the newest results of ADNA investigations, and it would be really very interesting discussion to have an overview of the newest results with regard to that what Marija Gimbutas already done in her years. And on the second day, we will have interesting views about the connection of ancient figurines with the dancing, with movements, with connection with meaning of movements. It's a very interesting point. And then later on, we will also have an interesting paper about Marija Gimbutas' PhD, about her dissertation and the importance of her dissertation for future research. And also, we will discuss about the civilization from point of view of historians, yes? We will ask how Gimbutas applied this term civilization to archaeology, and is she right or wrong? It will be very interesting to listen. And also we will have a philosophical point of view with new interpretations about Gimbutas' work from the philosophy, yes? So we are waiting for a very interesting day, and you are very welcome. Please stay with us or connect later. I remind everybody who is watching our conference on YouTube or Facebook platforms, you can always write your questions on chat. Please don't hesitate and ask us. And dear participants on the Zoom, please also ask questions on Zoom chat, and we will answer all the questions. And today, our moderator is Professor Rimantas Jankauskas. Very welcome, from the Faculty of Medicine of Vilnius University, and he will moderate. Welcome.
Yeah, thank you, Agnia. Thank you, Agnia, for a nice introduction. And well, indeed. So, well, although I'm coming from medicine, but so it happened that I was also in some way involved into research also in Stone Age materials and later on. So basically, my specialization is bioanthropology. So before coffee break, we will have 3 interesting papers related to Kurgan people, steppe people, and migrations. And I'm happy to announce a presentation by Professor Aleksandr Kośko and Professor Marzena Szmyt on Marija Gimbutas and her vision of the steppe Indo-Europeanization of Europe. So, floor is yours. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, dear colleagues, please allow me a few personal words at the beginning. For my co-author, Aleksandr Kośko, who met Marija Gimbutas only once at a conference in Dublin, she remains a scientist of extraordinary scope and power of inspiration. Even if you disagreed with her, you remained within the circle of her influence. It's a very rare phenomenon. For me personally, the invitation to this conference is an honor for which I thank Agne. It became also an opportunity for in-depth look at the work of Gimbutas. I am also grateful to Agne for this adventure. For all scientific work of Gimbutas and for her role in the history of archaeology, the concept of Indo-Europeanization of the continent is a focal point. Like a lens, on the one hand, it combines various directions of Gimbutas' interests, while on the other hand, it reveals the methodological foundation of her research. The fate of this concept, which can be metaphorically described as the art triad, reception, rejection, revitalization, illustrates the broader transformations of archaeology as a science in the second half of the 20th century. In this spirit, we wish to recall both the concept itself and its development, as well as its importance for European archaeology. Our talk comprises of 8 parts from keywords until a summary. So, when trying to describe the basic components of the Gimbutas concept, we will first reach for its keywords. They can be divided into 3 groups: methodology, essential keywords, secondary keywords. For the methodological basis of the concept, the most important directive seems to be to take into account several research perspectives. First of all, archaeology, of course, and historical linguistics, as well as ethnology and history of religion. A synthesis of archaeology and linguistics was of major importance. The second feature of Gimbutas' methodology is a departure from the narrow approach to Europe, whose eastern border was often earlier located somewhere in East Central Europe. For Gimbutas, it was natural to understand Europe as a continent stretching from the Iberian Peninsula to the Caucasus and Ural, and to collect information about the entire area. In essential keywords, there are terms that answer the questions: where, East European steppe zone; when, a Neolithic, Chalcolithic, Early Bronze Age; who, Kurgan culture and its antitype, the Old Europe; and how, migrations, invasions, military expansions. The answers to the above questions formulated by Gimbutas received a wide resonance, stimulated even hot discussions. They revealed the enormous factual knowledge of Gimbutas, but at the same time aroused disputes due to the simplifications used by her and expressive or even pictorial interpretations. The third group includes keywords that described the basic features of the Proto-Indo-European community in terms of Gimbutas: barrow funeral rituals, domestication of horse, pastoralism, patriarchal and warrior societies. They are largely derived from the interpretation of archaeological finds and observation, and the associated source records were systematically expanded thanks to new discoveries that were included by Gimbutas into her proposal. The short overview motivates us to look at selected elements of the Gimbutas concept from its first variant to the final version. I have to add that we omit the question of absolute chronology because it changed after applying the radiocarbon method. We also leave the entire problematics of the Old Europe very debatable indeed. So, when looking for the oldest version, we use the Prehistory of Eastern Europe, published 56. Here, the starting point was the North Caucasus, where the Kurgan culture, the name used here for the first time, was formed. The most important diagnostic features were burials in house-like structures. Such graves were covered with barrows, kurgans. Its spread in the North Pontic area was thanks to migration of people of Eastern Mediterranean racial type. Based on results of excavation at Michailivka site, Gimbutas stated that these people lived in fortified villages or on high river banks, built rectangular houses, and occupied themselves not only with stock breeding, hunting, and fishing, but also with farming. In the following years, Gimbutas worked very intensively. A series of works published in the 60s until the mid of 70s brought a systematic extension and at the same time refinement of her concept. Also, the source base extended thanks to results of many new excavations and analyses done in Europe. The most important publications are listed on the slide. The article from 61 shall be recalled. Gimbutas accepted here the proposal of Melpert to distinguish 4 phases of the pit grave culture, and she applied these phases to the whole Kurgan culture. Consequently, after Melpert, she noticed that in the lower Volga area, the Kurgan culture probably had a long local development and was related with the culture of Kazakhstan and the southern Caspian area. Both maps illustrate this relation. In the book published 65, the Kurgan people were considered explicitly Proto-Indo-Europeans. Gimbutas gave here their synthetic characteristics, and she used such terms as great expansion and invasion of new people. Starting in 77, the already formed concept is published. It consists of 3 waves of expansion from the steppes to the southern, central, and western Europe. Each wave was accompanied by the process of Kurganization. Its result was the formation of new syncretic or hybrid groups with strong steppe features. So we have here wave number 1, Kurgan 1 people from the Volga steppe, wave number 2, Kurgan people from the North Pontic area, and wave number 3, Kurgan people were again from the Volga steppe. And Gimbutas underlined that there was no transplantation of the Eurasian steppe culture west of the Black Sea in toto. The process was more complex, involving the coexistence of different cultural traditions, dislocations of population, subjugation by a warrior nobility, and cultural amalgamations. From the very beginning, the concept of Gimbutas was accompanied by lively discussions, even hot discussions. They concerned both the individual components of the concept as well as its basic methodological ideas. We will try now to look at the selected elements that provoked particular debate. So first, the Kurgan culture. The term was introduced as early as 56 and was used by Gimbutas until her death. Under the influence of the discussion, she systematically supplemented and corrected the definition. Right at the beginning, its first version was very brief. The new Kurgan culture with knowledge of stock breeding and farming is represented by pit graves and hut graves in burial mounds. In 63, she explained, it is used, the name is used as a general name for expanding Eastern element. After 11 years, she clarified that the term Kurgan is a blanket label for a cultural tradition through time. And finally, in one of the last works published 97, she wrote, the term Kurgan culture is used as a blanket name for the mobile, pastoral, and warrioring tribes of the Ukrainian, South Russian, and Central Asian steppes. Thus, the propagation by Gimbutas of a collective name, a blanket name, was intended to break away from archaeological taxa and to move to the level of real culture and real communities that once existed. However, it was not a successful manner because it raised many objections. First of all, this very wide blanket name assembled various steppe groupings of diversified characteristics. What about main features of the Kurgan culture? The set of diagnostic features attributed by Gimbutas to the Kurgan culture and Kurgan people clearly evolved through time. In 56, it included features derived from graves, such as burials and imitation of houses, Kurgan's dominant position of men in funeral rites, and, in fact, very rare domestic houses, domestic sites, stock breeding, small-scale farming, well-organized and fortified settlements. In the 70s, it consisted of similar traits with addition of religious element and important changes in economic basis. We have here pastoralism and horse breeding, but it was formalized in a different manner and targeted more socially. The main problem of these characteristics arose from the very wide definition of the Kurgan culture. Particular traits were derived from various areas and time intervals. As a result, this set of potentially diagnostic features was rather a kind of an artificial and incoherent conglomerate. The next problem resulted from a too rapid moving from archaeological facts and observation to their social and cultural interpretation. A case could be a social hierarchy. For Gimbutas, it was one of the diagnostic features of Kurgan people, derived from burial data and supported by linguistic findings. However, nowhere has she conducted analysis, the results of which would support terms she used: a developed social organization, class-structured society, or ranking. And formative area of the Kurgan culture. In the book published 56, it was the North Caucasus that she saw as a formative area for the Kurgan culture. 5 years later, 61, an important change based on analysis of Merperch was introduced: the Lower Volga steppe as an area of the longest local development of steppe communities. From this time until her last publication, Gimbutas strongly advocated the Volga or Volga-Ural area as the formative area of the Kurgan culture. A source base was provided by further research on cultures of Samara and Khwailsk. Interestingly, Gimbutas several times tried to expand this formative area to the southeast, but she did it a little inconsistently. For example, in publication from 63, the starting point of the Kurgan culture was the Volga and the South Siberian steppes and Kazakhstan. In other works, she wrote, a possible formative zone of the early Kurgan traditions seems to be located in Soviet Central Asia and South Turkmenia. But nowhere has she dealt deeper with this problem. However, also in the 80s, her view of the Western direction of the Kurgan expansion seems to be more nuanced. For example, in 85, she considered the question of the second homeland. Ways of spreading. Here we touch on one of the most controversial components of the Gimbutas concept, which she defined as movements, impetus, intrusions, incursions, invasions, raids, expansions, infiltration, mobility of Kurgan people. There are answers to the question of how elements of the Kurgan culture spread. Gimbutas' statement was unequivocal at the beginning. Also, some nuances have emerged over the years. However, she was most remembered as a supporter of military expansions that led to conquest of other peoples and acquisition of new territories. She used such military terms and only sometimes, quite inconsistently, weakened their meaning. She then wrote, but only in the footnote, that the time expansion should be understood as an infiltration. There are two groups of causes of the Kurgan expansion in the concept of Gimbutas. Initially, she focused primarily on climate change, desiccation, which combined with other conditions was to trigger population movements. In later works, due to changes in the absolute chronology, economic and demographic reasons come to the fore. However, one gets to the impression that the reasons for the expansion did not focus her attention in particular. She was much more interested in factors and agents that made the expansions not only possible, but first of all successful. In her opinion, there were social and cultural innovations, new ideas, warrior as a privileged group in the community, social solutions, mobile group of people without stable settlements, and technological innovations, the use of horses for riding, knowledge of cards, and metallurgy. Kurganization is another term created by Gimbutas. It's a process of hybridization and mutual influences which took place between the Kurgan people and local communities. As a result, a number of new units, groups, communities were formed that had steppe and local features in their culture, social organization, and religion. According to Gimbutas, however, elements from the Kurgan culture played a leading role in these emerging hybrids or syncretic units. Among these Kurganized units, archaeological cultures, were the Czernavoda, Baden, Kocopheni, Globular Amphora, Horgen, Remedello, Rinaldone, Cordetware, Vucedol, etc. In any case, there could be a discussion about the correctness of such an assessment, but this is a matter for a separate conference. And a brief but essential text published in 1974 presented main points of Gimbutas' concept, including her methodological basis, a synthesis of archaeology and linguistics. But the doubts concerned whether linguistics and archaeology, it means language and material culture relics, can be combined at all. The answers to this question were ambiguous. Diffusionistic orientation of Gimbutas was presented by Professor Kuit yesterday, so I omit this part. All these debatable questions caused that the concept of Gimbutas has found both supporters and opponents. There were more and more of the latter. They came from both archaeologists and linguists and other specialists. The last decades of the 20th century were a period of their special activation. The distance and even resistance of archaeologists against the concept of Gimbutas was caused by many issues. They are mainly abuse of the phenomenon of migration as the basic factor of cultural change, weak premises for large and multiple migrations from the steppe zone in different directions, lack of sufficient source basis for the distinction of the Kurgan culture, inconsistency in the elements recognized as diagnostic features of the Kurgan culture, ad hoc selection of individual features formed in artificial sets, and then creation of extensive interpretation based on them, and lack of critical analysis of archaeological data. These were issues closely related to the concept of Gimbutas, but some of them also concerned archaeology as a science at the time. This can be illustrated by an example of migration. After decades of free use and abuse, a retreat has taken place. Migration then ceased to be the approved explanation for cultural change. As David Anthony wrote in the 90s, migration has been ignored by archaeologists for the last 2 decades. It took several important anthropological studies and, above all, new research methods for the issue of migration to return to the mainstream of archaeology. So, it seemed that the steppe concept of Marija Gimbutas was only one of the many theories of Indo-Europeanization, but the situation changed in the 21st century. Some weaknesses of the Gimbutas concept, weak source evidence, lack of critical analysis of archaeological data, gave rise to many new research projects and intensive field research. They concerned, and this is still the case today, the East European steppe, and forest steppe zone, as well as Caucasus and the forest zone. Numerous old materials have been reanalyzed. Many new complexes have been examined with multifaceted methods. Last but not least, new bioarchaeological research have become an integral part of archaeology. First of all, archaeogenetics and stable isotope analysis, including strontium. It's a paradox that these new bioarchaeological methods have caused the return to migration as one of the most important factors of genetic biological change, translated directly into cultural and linguistic transformations. Moreover, it seems that they support Gimbutas' basic thesis about the influx of people from the steppe to center of Europe. Of course, this is not a direct return to the Gimbutas concept as such. After all, it does not enter twice into the same water. This can be exemplified by a paragraph from the well-known article of Haag and others, which is on the slide. However, a number of questions arise, including such as, can genetic changes be directly equated with linguistic and cultural transformations? Can we talk about massive migrations on the basis of the current state of archaeogenetic research? Are terms such as Western hunter-gatherer ancestry, early farming ancestry, steppe ancestry not an oversimplification in relation to our knowledge of prehistory? Is it not so that the criticized term, the Kurgan culture, has been replaced by another blanket name, the steppe ancestry? How should we integrate detailed archaeological knowledge and complex biological data? Does any aDNA data, especially haplogroups R1a and R1b, really explain the Indo-Europeans' origins? Top journals need great story titles, but maybe these great stories have too strong impact on archaeology today. We do not have simple answers for these questions. They are also not in the ongoing discussions provoked by many archaeologists. We believe that in archaeological reflections, it is worth remembering the experiences gathered during many years of use and development of radiocarbon method. This wonderful method is now an integral part of archaeological research, but no one is claiming that it will solve all archaeological problems, even all chronological problems. By the way, it is also worth remembering that Gimbutas was one of the pioneers in the use of radiocarbon dating in archaeology. So, summary, or what we can learn from Marija Gimbutas and her critics. First of all, Europe is the entire continent, not a selected part of it. Eastern Europe is not a minor relative, but a very important area of archaeological research. Research cooperation across Europe brings excellent results just now. The use of new methods is always needed, but requires careful integration of the results. And there is need to be a kind of balance between big ideas and source premises. What we always need as scientists is to critically analyze our own results. But probably the most important is to create an inspiring atmosphere for students and colleagues. And thank you for your attention.
Thank you, Professor Szmyt, for such a very nice, very rigorous summing up of all the system and all this heritage, and provoking thoughts. And it seems that I would just be happy if my students would hear your presentation. So I think it will be a record will be available. So there are some questions I see. So Anthony Harding was raising hand.
No, in fact, I was clapping. That's not the raised hand symbol.
So excuse me. Are there any other questions? Well, we will check what is offered on other resources. Still, there are no questions, but I guess, well, how to say, we're still under deep impression if there will be, so we will pass also, and maybe we'll have time for some further discussion. Okay, thank you. Thank you once more. Thank you. So that was great introduction for the day. And now I'm happy to announce the presentation of Anthony Harding of Marija Gimbutas, the Bronze Age and the Kurgan hypothesis in the light of recent research. So, Professor Harding, floor is yours.
Thank you very much. I'm slightly concerned. I was going to share my screen, but I think you may have got my presentation already. Is that right? Okay, okay, we'll work like this. I've introduced another couple of slides, but I'll have to talk through them. So, I'm afraid my paper is going to repeat a lot of what you've just heard, but I hope that what I have to say will offer some slightly different reflections on the work of Marija Gimbutas. I was privileged to meet Marija Gimbutas just once at the 8th Congress of the Union Internationale des Sciences Préhistoriques in Belgrade in 1971. I was a very junior PhD student, and she was a famous scholar. But she was kind enough to talk to me for a few minutes and invited me to join a group going to visit Lepenski Vir the next day. Since I was booked on the conference excursion to Vinča and Starčevo the same day, I declined, thus missing the opportunity to talk more to one of Eastern Europe's most famous 20th century archaeologists. During the early 1970s, I got to know some of her writings, in particular her well-known book on the Bronze Age of Central and Eastern Europe, published 1965. This became something of a Bible for me, since she had read everything there was to read about the Bronze Age east of the Rhine, or at least in all the countries of the Iron Curtain, including, which were harder to study from point of view of someone in the West, the Soviet Union. At that time, few people in the West knew much about the archaeology of Russia, Ukraine, or the Baltic republics. Tadeusz Sulimirski, whom I met a few times in London, produced his book Prehistoric Russia and Outline in 1970, but useful as it was, it did not have the huge geographical range of Gimbutas's work. For much of the discoveries and theories in the eastern half of Europe prior to 1965, Bronze Age cultures was, and still is, an indispensable tool. In it, she referred many times to the Kurgan culture of South Russia, Ukraine, and as far east as Central Asia, meaning Kazakhstan, southern Siberia, and so on. This meant the practice of interring the dead under large mounds, hence the name. Sorry.
Maybe you can just, how do they say, okay. Next slide and...
There we are. So. Sorry, I've done it. At the time, referring to the Kurgan culture simply meant burial under a tumulus or mound or barrow for the interment of the dead, And as such, as we know, it's very common in European later prehistory and early history. And at that time, she wasn't talking so much about, or at least back in the earliest occurrences of the formulation, she wasn't talking about the other elements that came in later. Now, this was not the first appearance of the Kurgan culture or the Kurgan hypothesis. In her 1956 book, The Prehistory of Eastern Europe, she talked about the Kurgans, and in particular, the Kurgan housegrave culture of the early Kuban period, and the Kurgan culture in the steppe zone of the eastern Ukraine and southern Russia, listing pit graves, hut graves, and catacomb graves as exemplars of the type. She also referred to Kurgan elements in the late Neolithic and Copper Age of northern Europe, specifically the globular amphora culture. Although it's not altogether clear from what she wrote in that book, the accompanying maps, some of which you've seen already, show us that she understood these steppe groups to be ancestral to those a little later in East Central Europe. The maps do not use the term Kurgan culture. The arrows merely show the supposed movements from the pit grave steppe culture on the right-hand side of the slide, as you can see here. Now, David Anthony suggested in an article of 1986 that the idea of a Kurgan culture was originally the idea of Gordon Childe in his 1930 book, The Aryans. But Gimbutas, in her comments on that article, emphatically rejected that idea. She said, "The Kurgan concept is an outgrowth of my work on East European prehistory and certainly was not influenced by Childe's The Aryans. I consider the mortuary practices of the Kurgan people the most conservative and unifying cultural phenomenon over time." I just mention that because I shall come back to this idea about where she got the idea of the Kurgan culture from a little later. It's interesting to examine where Gimbutas came up with the idea of the hypothesis that the steppe cultures were the origin of so many developments further west. She didn't publish much on this topic between 1956, the Neolithic book, and 1965, the Bronze Age book. There were two exceptions, which you've already heard something about. The first in 1961, concerning the chronology of the pit grave culture. Now, that is mostly about the details of particular sites in South Russia, Ukraine, and the Caucasus, but he does say this: "I see one large cultural block spread out over Transcaucasia, the Northern Caucasus, the Eastern Ukraine, South Russia, and Kazakhstan. This is what I have called the Kurgan culture, distinct in its burials in house-like structures or huts in kurgans, in its locations of sites on high river terraces, its small rectangular houses with stone foundations, and, this is significant, its class-structured society." Note that last phrase. This is something that hadn't appeared before, and you wonder where that particular thing came from, presumably because she was already thinking that this was where the Indo-Europeans came from. Now, the second article, as Marzena mentioned just now, is a 1963 one in American Anthropologist, which is basically about the origins of Indo-European culture and language. After discussing the various groups that used tumulus burial in the late Neolithic and Copper Age, her conclusions include these remarks: "The Kurgan expansion in the second half of the third millennium into the North Pontic area, Anatolia, the Aegean, the Balkans, Central Europe, Northwestern Europe, the East Baltic area, and Central Russia brought destruction to the old European Neolithic and Chalcolithic cultures and to the early Bronze Age Aegean and Western Anatolian cultures. The impetus for expansion lies in the European steppes, in the lower Volga basin, and beyond the Caspian Sea." A series of maps show these slides. One shows the expansion of Kurgan builders from Kazakhstan and South Siberia into the Caucasian and North Pontic area in the Copper Age. A second, movement from the Pontic area into Eastern and Central Europe. Of course, the chronology is what was used at the time and is now known to be too low. The third map, which is perhaps the most significant of them, specifically shows the expansions of the Kurgan people. And this was repeated in the 1965 Bronze Age book, where the ideas it represent were elaborated at some length. This is what she said. The local cultural groups of the Southern Bloc were formed after the Great Expansion during the second half of the 3rd millennium BC of the Kurgan pit-grave people from the Eurasiatic steppes. A new people may have arrived no later than 23 to 2200 BC in the Eastern Balkans, the Aegean area, Western Anatolia, Central Europe, all of Western and Eastern Baltic area, and Central Russia. There is no other possible explanation of the great changes in cultural configurations and developments than an invasion of new people who were responsible for the disintegration of the old European cultures and for the creation of a new set of cultural groups. The Kurgan people must also be considered as playing an important role in the rise of local metallurgy, since they probably brought with them metallurgical knowledge obtained in the Caucasus. The Kurgan people came to the Black Sea area around 1 millennium earlier, when forested conditions over the present steppe area still prevailed. Well, I won't read all that because you heard it already in the previous paper. Of course, later, in 1979, Gimbutas specified that there were 3 waves of Kurgan invasions, which you've already seen the slide of, which I won't repeat, but they stem from first the late 4th millennium BC, going on down to the late 3rd millennium, which is the late Yamnaya. One should also note that she referred in these sentences to the Kurgan expansion reaching not only the Aegean and the Balkans, but also Central and Northwestern Europe, that is southern Scandinavia, northern Germany, potentially also the British Isles, as this map actually shows. Of course, these ideas came in for criticism. David Anthony, in the article already mentioned, pointed out that the Kurgan culture is more like a horizon than a unified culture. Even the appearance of Kurgan elements in Sredny Stog, which Gimbutas attributed to invasion from the Lower Volga, was never accepted by Soviet archaeologists. I myself, in a book published with John Coles in 1979, spent a couple of pages discussing the idea of a dominant invasive culture represented by tumulus burial, and expressing skepticism that such a widespread idea could originate in a single movement or group of movements from the steppe, when it appears in the early Bronze Age of southern Scandinavia, northern Germany, and southern Britain as a standard and widespread, but not unique burial practice. Was this really to be seen as the consequence of those invaders from centuries earlier in a part of Europe widely removed from these Western areas? Let's now turn from this historical background to the recent work in archaeogenetics, which has played such an important part in recent discussions of the origins of Europe's peoples subsequent to the early Neolithic. I won't repeat what those articles say, merely mention the outcomes that they propose. Haak and colleagues, 2015, entitled their article, "Massive Migration from the Steppe was a source for Indo-European languages in Europe," basing this statement on the analysis of aDNA from 69 individuals spread across Eurasia, which showed that the early Neolithic genomic type was replaced in Eastern and Central Europe by a new type, which they called Yamnaya. And at some point, Jim Mallory will know the answer to this. Pitgrave culture turned into Yamnaya, and that's what people now refer to it as, although Gimbutas initially always called it Pitgrave. This was said to be present very clearly in the corded ware cultures, and by implication involved people who spoke an Indo-European language. On the face of it, this was remarkable confirmation of the Gimbutas theory of a massive invasion from the steppe in the late Neolithic and Aneolithic, even though at this stage the number of analyses was still very small. The same year, the paper by Alan Toft and colleagues reinforced the idea that Yamnaya genome was intrinsic not only in the Copper Age cultures of Central Europe, but also those of the Bronze Age. Later on, Arialde and others extended these ideas later in time. Duras and others in 2018 showed that mitochondrial DNA also indicated a Yamnaya component in corded ware populations, but that there was a difference between the Eastern and Western groups of the culture, and I think that's significant, as I'll come back to mention in a minute. Most recently, Ekfjord and others have analysed 5 individuals from the single grave culture in Denmark, which is itself closely related to corded ware, and shown a significant step component in their genomic ancestry. Now, journalists were quick to pick up on the implications of a massive migration from the steppe into Eastern and Central Europe. A now notorious article by Colin Barras in New Scientist in March 2019 was entitled "Story of the Most Murderous People of All Time Revealed in Ancient DNA," and was unashamedly sensational. In this, he cites, who else? Christian Christensen, who has also suggested that the movement of people from east to west was hostile. So in view of all this, it seems appropriate to ask, how far does the genomic history correspond with Gimbutas's view of massive migrations from the steppe in the 4th and 3rd millennia BC? I should mention here the suggestion advanced by John Chapman that Gimbutas was largely influenced in this by her personal history and that of her home incursions from both east and west in the 20th century. The massive movements of the Red Army in 1943 to 45 is, in his view, mirrored in her maps, showing arrows from the east bringing invaders to East Central Europe. Personally, I find this somewhat fanciful. It was never something she herself referred to, as I mentioned earlier, when she talked about the origin of the theory. And her statement in 1986 merely refers to her studies of the archaeology of Eurasia in the critical period. And I think that psychoanalyzing our academic forebears is a risky enterprise, but I'll be interested to hear if anyone else thinks that that Chapman's ideas are relevant to us here. So, is the Kurgan hypothesis advanced by Gimbutas some 60 years ago substantiated, confirmed by the genetic evidence, or not? In this context, I must mention recent critiques, or rather critiques of the implications that the authors of the recent work have put forward. In this, articles by Martin Fuholt have been particularly important. He points out that the articles by the geneticists embrace an invasion model, which is otherwise seldom used nowadays, stemming as it does from the first half of the 20th century and adopted more or less without question. Be that as it may, and no one denies that invasions have occurred in history, what is more significant is that the cultures of Central Europe, in particular corded ware, is not a single homogeneous affair, but it consists of many different and differing elements. In the terminology that David Clark introduced in the 1960s, it's a polythetic entity in systems language. Nor is corded ware culture the same as the Kurgan culture of the steppe zone, whatever that actually was. So while there is a steppe genetic element to the late Neolithic and Copper Age cultures of Central Europe, it cannot be seen as the only significant factor. This is somewhat at variance with the statement by a recent article by Christensen and others that the unifying element between Yamnaya and corded ware is the burial ritual of a single inhumation under a barrow, even though there are minor differences in grave goods and the positioning of the body. It's certainly not the case that all corded ware, or for that matter Belbeka, burials are under barrows, though some of the best known ones are, of course. To sum up this discussion, Marija Gimbutas was a remarkable scholar who shed valuable light on the events of European prehistory in many different ways. I'm not personally a fan of her later work on gods, goddesses, figurines, and so on, which we're going to hear about later on. But there's no doubt that in the 1960s, she knew more than anyone else about the cultural groups from the Neolithic to the Bronze Age in Western Eurasia. The idea of a Kurgan people and a Kurgan invasion clearly has an element of truth in it, as the genetic work underscores. What is less convincing, still, in spite of the assertions by those dazzled by the apparent clarity of the genetic evidence, is that a particular group of people with common characteristics that covered not just their mode of burial, but also where they lived, the houses they built, their language, and even perhaps their social institutions, brought about a transformation that came to encompass the whole of Europe. To take just the one example, burying the dead under a mound or tumulus is a common practice worldwide. There's no reason to think there must have been a single area of origin in Europe. The Kurgan people did have particular genetic characteristics, but that is a far cry from assuming that they also had universal cultural characteristics that came to dominate a whole continent. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you, Professor Harding. Well, that was another great and inspiring presentation, and a great and thought-provoking presentation. And maybe somebody will have questions, will be ready questions. Because, well, for myself, that was something what I was waiting for a long such a summarization. Regrets? Well, there are no questions nor on Zoom, nor on YouTube or Facebook. So, but I think we can continue, and in that case, I have to introduce myself, my humble personality, and then so I will ask my operators to switch to my slides. Yeah, that's it. The mice. Well, anyway. So, ladies and gentlemen, also I would like to speak in the native language of Marija Gimbutas. I hope our perfect interpreters will survive that.
So allow me to continue what has already been said and what has been said by Professor Marzena Szmyt, and which has been so kindly summarized by Professor Anthony Harding. But now I will give you some Lithuanian touch to the theory. So why is it relevant for us? Primarily because of the academic aspirations. We're interested where our origins are, where our genome is coming from, and this is only natural that we're interested. And therefore, these academic discussions are evolving around how much the archaeological hypotheses are later on confirmed by the medical or genetic hypotheses. So it is a very interesting interplay or confirmation that we seek from other branches of science. In our area, this is also a very huge public interest. And this is also due to the fact that Marija Gimbutas was a very charismatic person. And she is a perfect example to us how all of a sudden a refugee has become such a famous figure in archaeology by leaving behind her a very remarkable footprint in the science of archaeology. And yet another broader perspective or question for us is the issue of national identity. Just as Czesław Miłosz has said, the contemporary Lithuanian nation is, by the way, a philological project. And usually we define a nation as such on the basis of its origin. We see where the history is, we see the origins were dating back much further to when linguistics was not yet available, or when no historical science of linguistics could be discovered. And then we turn our eyes to archaeologists. Archaeologists sometimes come up with some finds, and then they turn up their eyes to the genetical scientists. And sometimes we may do it superficially, sometimes these data are manipulated. And by this, of course, I mean we can also go as far as some racist ideas peddled by the fact of some genome discoveries. So we as scientists, we have to be responsible for what we do. Just as Czesław Miłosz said, I would like to write about the history of those tribes, but I'm held back by the thought that they didn't have any history. And if I would do so, I would be guilty for imposing my own mindset on their descendants who were greedily grasping for any kind of mythology. So this is a perfect example how mass media catch up on some sensational news and they spread it far and wide, and this could be served as an example of irresponsibility. After such a short introduction, let me go down to business. So 20 years ago, there were basically three genetic processes were perceived as being the major migrational waves, which in a way built the entire genetic map of Europe. The green arrows show late Paleolithic colonization processes. And the migration of our ancestors of Neanderthals living in Asia. And the second wave, the Ice Age, and sheltering in three major shelters during the Cold Ice Age. I believe I need some help here, please. My slides have stopped for some reason. So the Ice Age stands for the Ice Age and recolonization following the Ice Age from these shelters. And then expansion of agriculturalism from Near East, roughly 2,000 years BC. Just as Professor Szmyt mentioned, the Eastern Europe is nowhere visible here, as we can see. In 2001, there is an article disregards the fact that there was Eastern Europe. Even though there were some reports and some research done in genetics, namely in the gene markers that were being looked at, such as the blood group or other parameters, show that there were some processes which led their imprint in the current genetic map of Europe. So this is a representation of synthetic Cavalli Sforza map, which distinguishes a number of components in terms of the genetic variety. So the largest variety is due to the fact of the first genetic component, which is at the top up 28%, and this is linked with the migration of agriculturalists from Near East. And interestingly enough, there is a third component which accounts for 11% of the contemporary genetic diversity of people. This is the North Pontic Sea, or the Black Sea, which could be related to the Yamna culture or Kurgan culture, or whatever we call this culture. So this idea was not further developed. So what does archaeology have to say for us on this? So looking at what could be said about the Lithuanian soil, it was inhabited after the Stone Age, after the Ice Age, from two sources. From the western side, the western migration is Vidru culture, and the eastern and southeastern culture. So there is always a question, which of these archaeological finds would support one or other theory? So what are our dominant ancestors in this territory? What are the first inhabitants? So Mesolithic and early Neolithic era. According to the research, these were mainly nomadic hunters-gatherers and mainly fishermen communities which would fish in freshwater lakes. And these communities or societies could be quite complicated or complex, which had some typical burial rituals. Nothing changes apart from the late Neolithic era, when all of a sudden the corded ware culture appears, which is related to the fact that this community was mainly, by the way, expanded its diet, including the food of animal origin. So they started breeding cattle, and they were really could be distinguished from the early ancestors. The early ancestors were middle composed and more or less short of stature, and they were dark hair and blue-eyed. The new community were heavy-boned and light-haired and most often brown-eyed. So who and when and how it happened? So the first research suggests that some initial research was done with some mitochondrial DNA. This is a small element which is inherited through the maternal line. So it's a single line inheritance. There is no recombination involved. Here there are some mutations taking place, and sometimes they even reach out to the nucleus, and they have been rather well researched. So you can research by mitochondrial DNA up to the prehistoric Eve. So what are the most prevailing genome? The most prevalent groups, mtDNA modern haplogroups, are H33.3, which, by the way, testifies to the idea of migration from a southeastern part. But there is also quite a large variety of U haplogroup, which is the most ancient one, and it is linked to the first inhabitants of the European continent in the late Paleolithic era. So what do we what do we have from an archaeological point of view to support this theory? Molecular genetical methods allow us to sequence mitochondrial DNA haplogroups from archaeological finds and make a direct comparison between one or other contemporary and our ancestries. So what do we have here? So all our samples from Mesolithic era, both in Lithuania and in our neighboring Latvia, are attributable to U1 haplogroup or to one of its subgroup U5B1 haplogroup. Well, nothing surprising. It means that the most ancient inhabitants, which could be related to Cedar culture, or even to the earlier processes than that. Neolithic, a very long period, whatever is called the early or middle Neolithic, and what has happened. And by the way, nothing has happened. There was the same predominantly the same haplogroup. So there was some continuity over a couple of thousand of years. So we may infer from this that in the Central and Eastern European Europe, the migration of agriculturalism has not been affected by other migration of people. And it is only in the Bronze Age that some other haplogroups appear in our genome from a southwestern part.
Štai ir ką turime senieji tarp mūsų senųjų gyventojų dominuoja U haplogrupė. Šie gyventojai ryškiai skiriasi nuo vienalaikių centrinės Europos gyventojų, kur U haplogrupės iš viso nerasta, o dominuoja T.
Population in the Central Europe and also from the Western European population. So that are characterized by slightly lower haplogroup. If we speak about the current Lithuanian population, the TH is a dominant, but also there are some subgroups of the haplogroup. So that would be the material that gives ground for triggers a further discussion about the genetic changes in the mother line, because those signals are transferred from the mother to children through daughters. There were some also other investigations that supported the hypothesis that the population people were different. So there is a red line, and there are yellow dots showing the genetic data of the modern European population, and the arrow shows the ancient DNA data from the hunters and from the hunters. As you can see, these data is very different. If we look at the mitochondrial DNA and we can trace the so-called female genealogy or the EVA genealogy, if we could trace back to the mitochondrial EVA, so the male can be traced back by the Y group. What do we have here? In Lithuania, both as in Latvia and in Estonia, there is the prevailing group is a haplogroup, 2 haplogroup. And as a contrast, if we look a little bit to the south, in Poland, there are 3 haplogroups. So the Y chromosomes are male chromosomes, and the prevalence in Lithuanian population, we can say that about half of males in Lithuania has this haplogroup, and about 1/3. If 1A is related to Indo-European origin, it's called the Indo-European haplogroup, and then there is M is related to the Ugro-Finnish haplogroup. R1A1 haplogroup prevalence in the world is illustrative by itself. It's kind of an idea, it's kind of Indo-European marking, and though this hypothesis is kind of risky because language is being transferred by other mechanisms, not biological mechanisms, but because language is to be learned, not inherited. So there are two main sources, that is the Eastern Europe, and the other source is India. The source of the chromosome as a haplogroup, if you look at R1A, so if that is related as an Indo-European origin from the east, from the Middle East, so that comes through the Caucasia mountains and the northern shore of the Black Sea that reached the Eastern Europe. So that can be referred to as a male line, although it is subject to discussions and it's been challenged because there is also another subgroup, R1b, prevailing. And finally, if we speak about nuclear DNA, this is a publication, the most recent publication from 2018, though some of the surveys and investigations are still continuing. So what do we have here? We have some kind of reconciliation of markings in the main system of two main coordinates. You can see the gray dots and the colored dots. They show the archaeological evidence. As you can see, the modern population in the Baltic area, including Lithuanian residents, are not very different from the overall European characteristic. As a contrast, some Eastern European groups of hunter-gatherers are very different from the current modern population in the same areas. What can we say about the Middle Neolithic area? Essentially the same. So there's a Narva culture in the Baltic area, also pottery culture. The people genetically were quite distant from the genetic characteristic of the modern Lithuanian population. But it was also only in the Bronze Age, in the late Neolithic age, with the court culture, those groups started merging. So this genetic material from the steppe culture and the Baltic culture were overlapping and finally left the formed a basis of the genetic markings of the modern population in the area, diluting all the differences. Similar results were obtained in other studies, let's say material by Jones A. that investigated the genetic data in Latvia from Neolithic area, concluding that they are very different from the modern Latvian genetic material, but in the Neolithic age they are very similar. So just to sum up the processes that were continuing in Stone Age, we have some kind of continuity process from the early Mesolith. They were closer to the so-called Western hunters and gatherers because the main source was the Western Southern Europe after the Ice Age. And this genetically, this influence from the agricultural communities that were involved in agriculture was very insignificant. It was only a little bit later, in late Neolithic, when some corded ware complex, we can observe some kind of diffusion when some new genetic components were brought into the region. We were speaking about the brutal invasion, so we actually don't have any data to support that hypothesis. The data that is available to us shows that those invaders were kind of intelligence operators. They would integrate into local communities of a similar style. We even have the data, we even have some data that in the early age in childhood, people from corded ware complex would exercise diet of a special diet, and a little bit later would, in their teenage and old adult age, would change their diet. But the populations were actually merging, and it can be certainly see that some 1,000 years later, the same were buried next one to one. So this was kind of mixing, and it was no surprise that a huge percentage of the current Baltic population, and including Lithuanians, have the genomes of hunters and gatherers.
It was not only people who would be moving, also other things would be moving as well, including the diseases. And this is one of the examples to illustrate a classical grave finds of a corded ware representative. It turned out that there was this Yersinia pestis, which is the bacteria causing plague, has been sequenced or isolated from this archaeological sample. So apparently this is a disease which is being the vector in this disease are fleas, and the host is rodent. This disease had a slightly different genome compared to the later waves of migration. So Justinianian plague or to the Black Plague, so it was less pathogenic and it was not so much fatal. compared to the later waves of migration. So it may well be that this disease has originated among the steppe cultures, the Pontic steppe people, along with the people was spreading among Western and Central Europe, and it was also a cross mixing of this disease spread. Eurasian steppe was some sort of a highway for both people and ideas and diseases along with the people as their hosts. So what happened next? So these travels of this disease could basically correspond to the genetic differences. So plague, Yersinia pestis, most probably arrived to Europe along with the people, and it was also brought back to Siberia with the people and with the rodents. So the late Neolithic and the early Bronze Age are a period of increased human mobility. And could it be that maybe the threat of this infection was one of the causes for these migrations? Well, whichever was the cause, this has left its trace in the genome of contemporary Europeans. What happened next? There were some different processes taking place. I wanted to take some data from the ongoing genomic research, which we're also part of. So on the left-hand side, we see the data from Italy. The red dots stand for from the genetic data from the Roman era, and the black spots are genetic data from the contemporary Italians. And as we can see, the genetic material is somewhat shifted towards the Western Europe. On the right-hand side, data from Lithuania. The black and the red dots, they're more or less the same, which means that during the antiquity, there were no any other major genetic changes taking place in Lithuania. So to sum up, the paleogenetic data, in principle, confirmed Marija Gimbutienės Kurgan culture people migration hypothesis. On the other hand, Colin Renfrew was also partially right. Especially, he was very much in a heated discussion with Marija Gimbutienė on the topic of demic diffusion, and this is an idea used by Cavalier Sforza and Colin Renfrew. So demic diffusion is associated with the expansion of agriculture, but it has largely affected only the Western Europe. It happened later on our soil. For us, a much higher impact was done by a new coded ware society migration. The genetic map of modern Europe is like a palimpsest of several processes, where you can read layers of inscriptions made thousands of years ago, and they are interlinked one with each other. So that was my last slide, which I wanted to share with you. Thank you for your attention.
I'm ready for questions for this, and as well we will have questions. Already are questions for Anthony Harding. So there is a question, do you think the Mongol invasions had no impact on Gimbutas' ideas? Professor Harding.
Hello.
Hello.
Sorry, I wasn't allowed to unmute myself. Sorry, could you repeat the question? I'm sorry.
The question is, do you think the Mongol invasions had no impact on Gimbutas' ideas?
Really don't think I can answer that. I've never thought about the Mongol invasion in relation to her ideas. I'm sorry. But perhaps you could express an opinion on that.
Well, thank you for a fair answer. Will there be some other questions? So we even saved 5 minutes. So thank you, presenters. I think we had quite a nice beginning of the day. And thank you, listeners. And I think we all deserve a coffee break. So see you in half an hour. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, hello to Palace of Grand Dukes of Lithuania again. We are straight midday in Vilnius. And just a couple of housekeeping issues. There were some complaints that some of you don't hear translation properly. If somebody has problems, just please raise your hands on Zoom or just write messages and our technical team will solve it. And now I would like to introduce, but I see the presenter is still not here. She will have, this will be a presentation from online from India. So there was messages that sometimes she could have problems on connection, disruption of internet contacts. So just in case, we will announce that. So I see presenter is here. So I'm happy to introduce Sharada Srinavasan from Bangalore with intriguing title of your lecture on goddess worship and dancing forms. So microphone and cameras are yours. Welcome.
Thank you so much, sir. And I am very grateful to the organizers of this wonderful conference as commemoration of the life and contributions of the renowned Lithuanian archaeologist Marija Gimbutas. And I'm very grateful particularly to Dr. Agni for this very kind invitation, especially in a way since I'm maybe a bit of an outsider to the subject. My main area of research is, of course, not so much prehistoric archaeology as such, but more in the field of metallurgical analysis and archaeometallurgy. But I also have another life as a classical South Indian Bharatanatyam dancer, and Agni was very kind to encourage me to try and come up with some interesting responses in the context of this very fascinating theme and topic. So my talk will be on goddess worship and the dancing form. Can we have the next slide, please? Can you change the slide, please? Excuse me. Could we have the next slide? Yeah, thank you. Yeah, yes, thank you. I didn't have the tracker, so I just asked for the next and so on. So, of course, I know that, as has been discussed here, Marija Gimbutas's work, while it was very interesting in its time, there may be other challenges and so on, and interpretations that have emerged over time. So it is, in a way, maybe some dated ideas in some sense, but I think it has a fair bit of relevance also for us in terms of other aspects of global perspectives, and particularly, as I'm going to talk about, in the Indian subcontinent. And Gimbutas had pointed to some of the features of the Neolithic and Copper Age settlements of Southeastern Europe. And of course, we do have these figurines going back to European prehistory, as for instance, in Paleolithic Serbia and so on, the ivory goddess, and then the Willendorf goddess from, well, described as a goddess of 24,000 BC, which looks like a pregnant woman and so on. And then, of course, from the Neolithic, about 6,000 BC or so, the market use of anthropomorphic and zoomorphic figures, and the vast majority, or at least quite a lot of them, were female and perhaps thought to be associated with fertility cult. And so which she interpreted as conveying some kind of pride of position for the feminine, and, perhaps marked absence of evidence of organized warfare and so on, which maybe is associated with the later Bronze Age European cultures and so on. Next slide, please. And these are, of course, some other examples, such as the Neolithic Venus from Serbia, and also another from Mesopotamia and so on. Next slide, please. So as far as the Indian subcontinent is concerned, well, this is one of the parts of the world that has a very strong and surviving tradition of goddess worship, a very long-standing one. So I think in terms of the ethnography and so on, it is interesting to keep in mind some of the observations made, and then to reflect on this. So when we look at the material culture of the Indian subcontinent, the Neolithic Mehergarh in Baluchistan, of course, there are some of these continuities that, or perhaps some sort of connections, though it is a very distinctive assemblage, but still there are some connections which perhaps come to mind when we look at the kind of terracotta figurines in Neolithic Europe of those, of these very, these prominent types of female figurines. And then I'll also be touching upon the Neolithic in southern India, in Karnataka. Of course, a lot of my work is in Karnataka, which is also for the reason that in this case, perhaps the iconographic and the worship of the goddess in a way is, I think, is very prominent in southern India, perhaps even more so than other parts of India. For instance, in Tamil Nadu, one of the most important temples is to the fish-eyed goddess Meenakshi and so on, and there are village goddess temples all over. So to that extent, it's a very much part of the living culture. And then also be touching upon the Neolithic in South India, Sanganakallu, which perhaps it's not directly connected to the Indus region, though we don't know, but there are some interesting insights there in terms of the way the female form is celebrated, and also dance, which is again a very important part of the ethnography in terms of the Indian tradition, the use of ritual dance and worship and so on. And then there is also the site of Adichinallur, which I'll touch upon, which yielded a metal figurine which has some marked similarities to the so-called Harappan mother goddesses. And in that sense, it's not irrelevant to mention that the Baluch language of Brahui, which is related to Proto-Dravidian, is thought to have some connections with Tamil spoken in the extreme south. And so there has been this suggestion that some of the Indus people migrated further south after the decline of the mature Harappan civilization. Next slide, please. Can I have the next slide? So, so when we look at Mehergarh, there are many of these terracotta images, but the difference from the earlier European ones is that you see there's a lot of ornamental detail and jewelry and clothing and so on, whereas the others in the European context looked more simple. And there are a couple of them which also have a depiction of a child or in being held in the arms, which may be related to some fertility rites. We don't know. And also the kind of ornamentation that you see is quite marked. There's a use of the choker and then the necklace and also some head ornaments. And these are some things which you still see, for instance, in the bridal wear in southernmost India, as I'll say, also with the kind of clothing that is worn by in the dance tradition as well. So this marked use of the choker and necklace and the headgear. And of course, there are also continuities as such, even with that part of the northwestern India as well, as pointed out by Mark Knoyer and Jarej, who's done a lot of work on Mehergar. And Knoyer points, for example, to the use of there's a painted decoration in the hair parting, which he mentions is perhaps related to the sindoor and so on. And then the terracotta figurines of the Harappan period also, which are again loosely described as mother goddess figurines. They have this very prominent headgear and also the waistband. And some of the Mehergar figurines also have some of the ornamentation painted on it in sort of indicating some sort of textiles. And for instance, that lady on the top, she looks like she's wearing a shawl which has some woven beadwork and things like that. And also this idea of whether who the craftspeople were, because the fact that there is so much of intricate detail, and we know that a lot of, for instance, when you go to Kutch and so on, a lot of the women are also involved in these beadwork and so on. So it's also interesting as to who may have been making these figures. And as I'll mention, there are also women potters in the ethnography, for instance, in the Nilgiris and so on. Next slide, please. So, of course, the most celebrated figurine from the mature Harappan, which is now Bronze Age culture, is the Mohenjo-daro dancing girl. And of course, she's described as a dancing girl, though we don't exactly know what the votive function was. And am I clear still? Have I, excuse me? Can you hear me?
Yes, Sharada, is everything fine? Yes, we can hear you, yes.
I was just getting a little worried whether, so thank you. And you find that there are some aspects of long-standing continuity in terms of the attire, such as, for instance, the armful of bangles, which you still see among some of the Rabari tribal women wearing shell bangles, in the entire arm. And also the hair, which is at one side, which is also found in the Kota women in the Nilgiris, this bun to the one side, the kolkot. And now amongst the Kotas in the Nilgiris, it is the women who are the potters, and they are the ones who make these handmade pottery and all, which to some extent, and you find a lot of this kind of very typical figurines and so on in the pottery of the Nilgiris, so, which is why I mentioned that we need not always see the potters as having been male. They could have been female as well. And we also see, the carnelian, perhaps the necklace being worn. So all of these aspects of continuity, and you also see the Olavira here. And the reason why one may speculate that she's a dancer. Next slide, please. Next slide. Yeah. Next slide. Hello? Can you hear me?
Yes, Sharada, which one do you want? We switched.
Can you go to the next slide?
Yes, we are already.
Okay, thank you. Have you put the next slide on? Because I don't see it.
We switched already 3 slides forward.
Oh,
so,
you did?
Okay, we come back. We come back now. Adgal. Yes, with elephant. The elephant is on your slide now. The elephant and figurine with a child, yes. Figure
okay.
and a picture, painting, a woman in white dress, painting.
Okay, well, what I do is I think my screen is frozen, but I'll just open it on my desktop so you can tell me which it is. So, because I think you can hear me, but my screen, for some reason, that PowerPoint is frozen. I'm not sure why.
No problem, don't worry. We have a slide with a woman in white dress. It is a painting. In the middle is a figure with a child. Then the elephant, and when 2 people doing something with a fire.
Yes, yes. So basically what I'm trying to show is the links between that dancing girl image and the tentative links with the later iconography. For example, we have the, use of, in the late Harappan situation of Daimabad, you have this solid cast elephant which has these holes at the bottom. So, and if you look at what happens in the 10th century, you have again, the goddess, the Parvati images of the goddess Parvati, and she is standing in a kind of pose which is strikes you as being a bit similar to the dancing girl. And as I was talking about the traditional dancers who are attached to temples, the South Indian temples, which was basically described as sadir. So you're seeing there the connection, with the sadir dancer, how they had their hand on the hip. So it's a kind of attitude that you're seeing going back a very long time in terms of the Indian, and also these images. And the dancers were also following the icons which were being taken out in procession. The icons were taken out in processional worship, such as this image of the goddess and the attendant, and they would, bamboo poles were inserted, and the dancers were accompanying them. And that's why I was also thinking that perhaps this elephant was one of the processional images as well. And at the side of it, of course, you're seeing the bronze casting tradition, because these icons were made of the lost wax casting process, where first an image was carved of the of the icon to be made, or the image to be made. It was carved in wax, and then the wax is invested with numerous layers of clay to form the mold. And then the mold is heated and the wax is melted out and the metal is poured in. And the dancing girl was also about 10% tin bronze, as was the Mohenjo-daro dancing girl. Though, of course, the Chola bronzes of the 10th century and so on, they have much more of lead in them. They are what are leaded bronzes and so on. Next slide, please.
We do. We are on this next. Yes.
Okay, so the next slide, I was trying to also look at some of the connections between some of these Harappan depictions and aspects of later ritual art and iconography and so on. And in the top, you're looking at the one of the Harappan motifs, which shows one of them is a seated figure, and he's actually a horned deity, has some kind of horned headgear. And that kind of headgear is also associated with the indigenous Gond community in Bastar and so on in central India. And that is a wax model that you're looking at next to it, made by some of the Gond communities. And that kind of posture of seated in something like a yogi asana with their hands to the side, it has also been described as a proto-Shiva and so on. And next to that is a figure which is in some kind of spearing or having a battle with a buffalo, and it has a slightly balletic quality. And at the bottom is another seal, which in fact the connections with Mesopotamia have been pointed out with this seal, for instance, by Parpola and so on, where it's an anthropomorphic figure and possibly a female deity battling lions, and this kind of battles with, in this case, tigers. It's not a lion, tigers. But in Mesopotamia, you see them battling lions. And as we also saw yesterday from Anatolia, the seal, the depiction of a female figure with two leopards next to her and so on. So this gives some idea that this is a goddess and so on. Can we have the next slide, please? And the reason I pointed to these two seals is because then you also have connection with the later sculptural forms, such as with the, have you gone to the next slide? Hello?
Yes, but you was on the picture. Is it this slide you want to see with you on the picture, yes?
I wanted to see the one with the buffalo demon, the Mahishasura Mardini.
Yes, we are now on the, yes.
Yes. Yeah. So this is a very famous relief, which is in the 7th century cave temple of Mahabalipuram, which is supposed to depict the battle of the goddess, the martial goddess. And she is described in Tamil Sangam text. You also have the description of this goddess as Kotravai. And Kotravai is also, of course, known as Durga in other parts of India and so on. She's riding a feline here and about to defeat Mahishasura, Mahisha, the demon. And again, this is a major performance piece as well in the Indian dance repertoire, because the traditional temple dancers who performed Sadir in the South Indian temples, of course, that they were delegitimized in a way during the British period and so on, due to various social stigma and such like. But it was, I mean, the dance form itself was sort of reconstituted and carried on, and so this is one of the repertoire that is there. And it's also interesting that in Baluchistan, the goddess Kotari or Kotavi is also worshipped in cave temples, as mentioned by Alka Pandey. And I was interested in this because it sounded a bit similar to this word Kotravai, and keeping in mind these Proto-Dravidian connections or whatever between Brahui and Tamil. And of course, when we actually think about this, since this point was made, is when we talk about the goddess, I mean, and how it actually reflects with the reality. The next slide, please. You could take the next slide, the one which shows, yes, as you said, it had me in a dance pose. And then, of course, there are also other very powerful depictions of the goddess in sort of dancing movement, so to speak, as in there's a bronze of Nishumba Sudhani in the Government Museum, Chennai, which shows the multiple hands, and some of these are in dance postures and so on, and that is also reflected against in the repertoire. And of course, what I find, for instance, in the Chola period is that it's not only so much it was the male gaze that was generating, let's say, goddesses who look in a way very sensuous and all that, but in fact, there's a lot of patronage by women. For instance, the 10th century Chola queen Sembian Mahadevi herself was a very great patron of bronzes, and this is attributed by some scholars, and also from some technical fingerprinting that I did using lead isotope analysis and so on to the 10th century Chola period. And also the dancing, the Sadir dancers or the Devadasis, I mean, their status was in a bit of a unique situation, because they may have been certain social parameters, but they were able to own property, and they made dedications to temples, and they were quite learned. So they had certain maybe agency which with other women did not have. And next slide, please. So have we gone to the next slide? Hello? Agni, have you lost me? Or am I there?
Oh, we see now gentlemen sitting on rocks.
Oh, and was there one before that, please?
Yeah, now it is only rocks. Mm-hmm.
Yes, it is only rocks. So I wanted to point to the prehistoric site of Sanganakalu, which is in the Karnataka, which is an interesting example where you see that it is a sort of coming together of acoustic and visual elements to create a kind of very unique, maybe ritual dance come rock art space, because you have all this rock art of Neolithic rock art of bulls and so on and the other. And then you also have these rocks, because it's a dolerite dike, and you see these cupules which are along the edge of the rock, and a lot of them are very resonant, and they give off a lot of tonalities and so on. So of course, thinking about dance and so on, this seems to give some of the early possibilities of performative spaces and such like in terms of ritual and dance and so on. Next slide, please. And I think the next one shows a person who's sitting on that rock, and that particular cupule also has certain resonant tonalities and sonorous sounds. And at the back, if you can see that rock at the back, there is a fine line of dancers which is seen in that rock art. Of course, the site is 3000 BC. And those dancers have their hands interlinked. And in some sense, you can also, it also recalls to some of the ideas of what you see amongst the Santal community and so on, who dance with interlinked hands and such like. And if we go to the next slide.
Yes, we have.
Yeah, so what you're seeing there is that I was also able to find here in this set of sonorous rocks with these cupules and all, there's a clearing, and just below that, compared to the other figures, this is a very large depiction. It's a female form which is depicted on this flat piece of rock, and the size of it and so on seems to suggest that it is some kind of evocation of a goddess and such like. So it's a possibility that this is some space which also accords some ritual significance to the goddess and so on. Next slide, please.
Yes.
And yes, that is just a close-up of it. And well, it has also been pointed out by one scholar, Maitri, that in this region of Hampi, there is also some evidence apparently, or some Gond pictographs with some IVC writing and so on. And I think we, and I think we missed a slide somewhere else. Of course, that was when I was talking about Tamil Nadu and so on. I had tried to show a slide of the site of Kiradi. I think we've missed it, but it may have come up, I don't know, which is a recent excavation in Tamil Nadu of dated to about the 6th century BCE, where you do see some signs of paved streets and ring wells, and there's also some pottery with some graffiti, which has been, of course, it's also described as Tamil Brahmi, but there's also some IVC type graffiti. So there are these strands of connectivities, suggesting the movement of communities and so on. This is yet another, coming back to the rock art. Yes, there is one more of this, which shows the next one. This shows you may be seeing this specimen of rock art, which also shows this looping, what we call the endless loop pattern, which is also described as kolam in Tamil. And kolam is a kind of pattern which is done on rice flour quite extensively in Tamil Nadu, in various, in front of the homes and so on. So they use this rice flour patterns. And so here in Sanganakalu, amongst the rock art, I also found this set of kolam patterns. And you can see that, again, that is something which is also reflected in the Indus Valley or Harappan motifs, the looped patterns and so on. Were you able to see the slide?
Yes, we see.
Yeah. Okay, good. So anyway, I think that is my last slide there. And so what I would, so the point that I was really trying to make through all of this is that, so there are some of these strands which may be traceable between the Deep South and the Harappan region, which could suggest some kind of migration. And amongst this is also the predominance of the goddess worship and so on. And of course, in terms of what that might say about the status as well, I mean, I think maybe Gimbutas is not totally wrong that it could perhaps reflect to some extent on status, not necessarily, because I know in general it's a recognized fact that, you know, in India, the status of women may not be that good. But actually, when you look at it in South India, the status of women is way better than maybe North, in the sense, and there are also a lot of matrilineal customs which are traditionally there in Southern India and so on. So, for instance, in Kerala and even in the Tamil communities, it used to be there where the inheritance went through the women and so on. And we've also heard some talk from archaeologists about matrilocal burials in the Harappan region. So I'm just saying that one needn't dismiss that offhand, that the goddess worship can also reflect the position of women, perhaps in terms of a more egalitarian way. One needn't dismiss that offhand, though of course there's problematic aspects to all of that. But certainly there is some aspect of connectivities here maybe, which could be also some strands which have long-standing significance. And to some extent, they also, I think, give some perspective on the usefulness of some of the ideas that Gimbutas was trying to raise, and certainly perhaps in terms of, ethnographic explorations in more diverse and ways and such like. So I don't know if, as I said, this is not a very scholarly placed talk like many of the others, but if it had some value and some interest in that, and I'm very grateful for the opportunity to do so. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Shirina Vasan. So for presentation of archetypal images and some ideas, some hints about migration of ideas, and well, who knows, maybe it should be checked about migration of people. Will there be some questions from audience? I don't see neither on Facebook, neither on Zoom, neither on Facebook, neither on YouTube. So thank you so much once more. Thank you so much for your contribution.
Thank you, and thank you for the opportunity.
And I'm happy to introduce Professor Janusz Czebreszuk from Adam Mickiewicz University in Poznań. So it will be also no less intriguing presentation about Marija Gimbutas and Amber. So Professor Czebreszuk, so microphone is yours.
Thank you very much. Okay, I don't see my presentation, excuse me. To be honest, I met one time Marija Gimbutas. That was also during the this kind of congresses which mentioned Anthony Harding, but a few years later in Bratislava. It was 1990 or 1991, I don't remember exactly. And she presented her new book, and that was only presentation, but it was a lot of people in audience. And it was also very interesting discussion, but we young sitting in the hidden and only listening, and was really very, very important for me as a beginner. So, can we start? Oh, great. Thank you very much. So Amber was a constant thread in the research of Marija Gimbutas, although its presence was accounted in many of her works. Developing a historical account of its evolution in the writings of Marija Gimbutas would require much length, especially in terms of the subsequent transformation of the importance of Amber. Instead of an in-depth analysis of the author's perception of Amber, an aspect-based examination of the key ideas involving Amber in prehistoric Europe will be presented. It is the author's conviction that even a brief qualitative assessment of Marija Gimbutas' studies of Amber can help us understanding the focal points of her research, especially the chronological changes of amber use from the Mesolithic to the Bronze Age. The appearance of amber objects in the natural amber-rich areas of southern circum-Baltic coast, also referred to as the Sambian Center, corresponds to the onset of prehistoric activities in the region. The Mesolithic and early Neolithic Narva culture was considered by Gimbutas as the greatest advancement of amber craftsmanship in the area. During this time, amber represented one of the key components of material culture found along the coast as well as inland. The typological variety of amber items associated with the Narva culture included ornaments, as well anthropo and zoomorphic representations. The use of amber as means of representing living beings convinced Marija Gimbutas that such items had religious significance related to chthonic beliefs. The finds also indicate the presence of the oldest interregional exchange network. The network included groups in the northern Circumbaltic area from Sambia Peninsula to Finland, the adjacent and eastern regions from the upper Daugava to the upper Volga basin, where the Volosovo culture was involved in the exchange, and the ones living in the vicinity of White Sea. Marija Gimbutas was first to recognize the interregional significance of amber, preceding the emergence of an amber demand in the more southern regions. The amber focus on the Narva craftsmanship underwent a substantial change after the appearance of the globura amphora culture in the southeastern Circumbaltic area. According to Marija Gimbutas, the globura amphora culture represented the first Indo-European group in this part of Europe, which modern archaeological chronology is dated around 2850 BC. From her standpoint, the globura amphora was responsible for the Indo-Europeization of the Narva society. In addition, Gimbutas explained the movement of globura amphora to the southeastern Circumbaltic area as direct consequence of the amber presence in the region. While the globura amphora individuals embrace amber object as part of the culture in inventory, especially tubular bits or bits with the central perforation, anthropo and zoomorphic representations disappeared. Simultaneously, new objects appear in the archaeological record, rings and discs with solar patterns. From the perspective of Gimbutas, it was the globura amphora which made succinite known in Central Europe outside the amber-rich southeastern Circumbaltic area. This idea derived from the supposed Indo-European origin of the globura amphora, which conceived amber in religious terms and adapted it for the solar ideology due to its translucent golden hues. This observation was granted on the most characteristic amber object of globura amphora, solar disk with cross or star-like decorative motifs. In addition, Marija Gimbutas observed the commonality of using a large number of amber buttons with V-shaped perforation as applications used in funerary dresses, perhaps since they shine like the sun. However, amber objects were found mostly in burial of leaders, supposedly adult males. Gimbutas was consistent in addressing the ideological significance of the Baltic amber for the, as she wrote, sun-worshipping people of Kurgan tradition. Apart from the importance of amber for the globura amphora, Marija Gimbutas recognized the continuity use of amber in the corded ware culture. From her perspective, the corded ware was the immediate successor of the globura amphora. She also believed that in the next stage of prehistory, at the beginning of Bronze Age, the intensive exchange of metal and amber played an important role in the process of unifying the world of the local corded ware groups in vast area from Switzerland, southern Germany and Austria, to western Ukraine, Lesser Poland, and central Germany. According to Marija Gimbutas, amber was the reason why regional centers of the early Bronze Age Europe became interested in the southeastern Circum-Baltic area. This interest sparked the onset of amber trade, which, apart from Central Europe, as was the case of the Global Amphora, involved other key culture regions of the continent. Europe became covered with a wide network of trails, which were used to transport, among other, also amber. The demand for this resource in Central, Western, and Southern Europe resulted in the increasing flow of bronze items in the amber-rich regions in the southeastern Circum-Baltic area. Drawing from this observation, Marija Gimbutas was one of the first researchers to propose the dynamic model of succinite trade in the early Bronze Age. The initial phase of this phenomenon was related to the emergence of the Unitice culture. The exchange and use apogee was the classical and the late phase of the early Bronze Age. The late phase of the Central European early Bronze Age corresponds to the appearance of the amber in the Mycenaean culture on the Greek mainland. To sum up, Marija Gimbutas defined 3 stages of amber spread from the Sambian Peninsula. First stage, the earliest, related to the Narva culture, when amber was exchanged as part of the Northeastern European network. Second stage, related to the global amphora and coded ware, characterized by the Indo-Europeization of the amber-rich region around the southeastern Circum-Baltic Sea, mostly related to the developments in Central Europe. And third stage, related to the early Bronze Age. This stage reached a pan-European scale. It is at this point, amber reached the Aegean zone, where it became used from the onset of the Mycenaean culture. Marija Gimbutas was convinced that the amber found in Mycenaean contexts originated from the Baltic Sea. The third stage was supplemented with the spatial model of amber spread, which was the first model to include areas to the east of the Vistula River. In her model, Marija Gimbutas provided a description of the possible amber route. Now, long quote. The prepared or half-prepared amber was shipped to the lower Vistula area, and from there went southward via the Vistula to Noteć River and Varta River, to the Odra River and to the Apen Oder. Through Bohemia, Moravia, or Slovakia, it reached the Danube and the Tisa rivers, where the road split into 2 branches, one crossing the Alps into Italy, and the other leading along the eastern coast of the Adriatic to Mycenaean Greece. As a result of her research, Gimbutas was able to develop a holistic model of amber circulation since its initial appearance until the 2nd millennium BC, which included the changing social significance of the resource. Having examined the focal points of her work, we can turn towards 2 different questions. So, what remains of this model in current research? And perhaps more importantly, how was the model affected by archaeological findings taking place into the 1980s? In my attempt to answer this question, I will consider two angles: the expansion of empirical data set due to the advance in archaeological and supplementary research, as well as the changes brought upon by now interpretative models. The greatest advancement in amber studies since the 1980s is related to the increasing resolution of absolute dating due to the widespread reliance on radiocarbon dating and the natural sciences, especially the increasing resolution of the calibration. When describing the findings of Marija Gimbutas, I intentionally restrained from including absolute dating and instead focus on the observation based on relative dating. Here lies the greatest strength of her research. The sequence provided by Gimbutas remains generally valid. The second significant change was the popularization of the FTIR method, which became an efficient tool for distinguishing succinite from the other fossil resins. Although we believe that the number of those analyses is still insufficient, on this basis we are clear that Marija Gimbutas was right in assuming the fundamental changes. Succinite was, in fact, the most important fossil resin in the prehistoric Europe. Another question is whether the resources used in the Neolithic and Bronze Age came from the Baltic Sea and especially from the Sambian center. In this context, it is necessary to point out a completely new factor in research on amber reception in Europe, which was the discovery of the class of deposit, the class of delta, in western Ukraine. The amber discovered here has very similar properties to the Baltic succinite. However, until now, this discovery has not been completely incorporated in the models of amber spread in prehistory. The primary issue is the potential impact of class of amber on the continued spread of amber among the global amphora society. In order to decide whether it has an impact on prehistoric society, it is necessary to determine if the class of deposits were discovered by prehistoric people. Answering this question would require a sound fieldwork program of the areas around the amber deposits. Currently, the continued exploitation and illegal extraction of amber in the area of Kresov is responsible for the destruction of potential archaeological sites, ultimately affecting the possibility of investigating regional amber use in prehistory. Since no archaeological projects are investigating the issue, we can evaluate the existing dataset to formulate some general observation. The analysis of stylistic traits suggests that amber artifacts of the global amphora are related to the production center in the southeastern Circumbaltic area. In addition, the temporal synchronization of the appearance of amber objects in the global amphora corresponds to the emergence of first archaeological context of the global amphora culture in the Sambian center, which suggests that the use of amber was not related to the class of deposits. Therefore, we can assume that the class of deposits remained unknown in the 3rd millennium BC. Since the 1980s, the resolution of chronological research on amber production in the southeastern circumbaltic area has drastically increased. As a result, current models focus, support regional continuity of amber exploitation until the early Bronze Age, which extended beyond the initial significance of the Mesolithic Neolithic Narva culture. Having examined the changes regarding the empirical investigation of amber use, we can shift our attention towards the challenges of the interpretative models provided by Gimbutas. Does it remain valid despite the quantitative and qualitative changes of the original dataset? The most obvious challenge is the culture genetic interpretation of the globular amphora. Marija Gimbutas perceived the globular amphora as the first Indo-Europeans, almost identical to corded ware. This perspective is not supported by current research, which positions of the globular amphora and the corded ware on two different trajectories of social biological changes in Neolithic Europe. The globular amphora is perceived as the final development stage of early agriculturalists, while the corded ware is interpreted as a completely new phenomenon, preceding the formation of early Bronze Age in Europe. Recent advancement in ADA research has especially contributed towards supporting those interpretations. The analyzed samples of globular amphora displayed Central European early Neolithic ties, while the corded ware samples point towards an Eastern European steppe communities. While substantial in terms of historical development of the societies in Central and Eastern Europe, these findings do not undermine the overall structure of Marija Gimbutas' model. The base of the model, especially the three stages of amber adaptation in Europe, from the 7th to the 2nd millennium BC, have remained generally valid. In comparison to other models, the model of Marija Gimbutas remains an essential contribution due to its spatial focus on continental developments, especially when it comes to the including changes taking place in Eastern Europe. Additionally, the model of Marija Gimbutas shows a potential for improvement, and especially when it comes to the focus on Eastern and Northeastern exchange network, so-called first stage. The spread of amber can be potentially linked to the spread of other resources and technologies, such as the direction of ceramic development on the fringes of Asia and Europe, and its potential west to east, east to west directionality. In the end, one can finally state that the findings of Marija Gimbutas regarding the adaptation of amber in prehistoric Europe remains generally valid and, more importantly, provide stimulating ground for further research. The research direction she initiated remains one of the continuously developed fields in archaeological research we have the honor to contribute to. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you, Professor Szczebreszuk. Really very comprehensive summarizing of studies, of works, and like starting from like a single object that of course has special symbolic value, amber. And it's how much can be done, but how to say when you put it in broader context. Well, I'm addressing now for audience for the questions. I see that regrets that, or thanks to presenter, so there are no questions. So I must thank Professor Czebreszuk once more. Thank you so much for your contribution. And I'm inviting the last presenter for today's session, for today's morning session. So Dr. Rasa Banytė-Rowell, that will go even back to the roots, to dissertation of Marija Gimbutas. So Rasa, please, welcome.
Thank you very much. I hope I will manage with internet clicker. It works. Marija Alsenkaitė Gimbutienė's dissertation was published in Tübingen, Germany in 1946. It was devoted to the burial customs of Lithuania in prehistoric times. The largest part of her analysis was related to sites from the Iron Age. This paper concentrates on Gimbutienė's insights with regard to burial sites of the Roman Iron Age. The first part of her dissertation was devoted to discussing 5 types of geographical areas of burial sites in Lithuania during the Iron Age. Types of Roman Iron Age or of Old Iron Age were represented by flat cemeteries of West Lithuania, flat cemeteries of Central Lithuania, barrow and flat cemeteries of Northern Lithuania, barrow cemeteries of East Lithuania, and flat stone cairn cemeteries and stone cairn barrow cemeteries of South Lithuania or Užnemunė. Very similar classification was applied by Rimantienė, Tautavičius, and Mickevičiaus during Soviet times in Lithuania. Mickevičiaus included all the work of Gimbutienė on burial customs in Lithuania in his list of literature and mentioned her works on reconstruction of old beliefs in his study of 1986. The only difference in classification of burial sites during Soviet times was that a group of flat cemeteries of Lower Nemunas region was distinguished. At the beginning of her book, Gimbutienė stressed that flat cemeteries were typical to West Lithuania, Central Lithuania, and so-called Memelgebet. The latter region is part of what is nowadays West Lithuania, but historically was the Memelgebet or northern areas of Eastern Prussia. This region for the period of 1923-1939 belonged briefly to the independent Republic of Lithuania, but in March 1939, Nazi Germany took it back. The archaeological sites of Memelgebet or Memeland was the main basis for German archaeologist Karl Engel to separate the so-called Memelkultur in the 1930s. According to the concept of Engel, the western part of historical Lithuania and southwestern Latvia were also parts of Memelkultur. Gimbutienė did not include the cemeteries of former Prussian Memeland in her discussion of the West Lithuanian group of cemeteries, although she did cite some finds from the well-known Oberhof, Aukštakiemiai, and Šernai cemeteries excavated in the 19th centuries. The map of sites compiled by Gimbutienė left an empty space in the Memelgebet area, and she avoided discussing the concept of Memelkultur as defined by Engel, perhaps for political reasons. Gimbutienė worked on her dissertation during the Nazi occupation. Most probably she wanted to avoid discussing the territories of Lithuanian coastland and the Lower Nemunas region of Memeland in order not to irritate the Nazi Germans. In February 1945, the former Memeland became a part of Soviet Lithuania, but the question of Memeland probably still provoked haunting memories of the Germans, and Gimbutienė did not include this territory in her concept of Lithuania. This feature of Gimbutas' dissertation is the only example in her book which testifies about the influence of politics on her views, or rather on her ability to express her views during the turbulent time of early 1940s. Gimbutienė knew well the literature of Eastern Prussian archaeologists. The researches in Eastern Prussia was relevant because these areas in prehistoric times were inhabited by tribes of West Balts, which were of the same origin as the inhabitants of Lithuania. In the beginning of her dissertation, Gimbutienė stressed that she held a different opinion about the genesis of inhumations and flat cemeteries in West Balt areas during early Roman period. From that which was presented by the Eastern Prussian archaeologists Wilhelm Goethe and Wolfgang Lebaum. The later German scholars pointed out that inhumations in flat cemeteries was a result of Gothic influences from the lower Vistula River. Undoubtedly, the influences from lower Vistula River were remarkable during Roman period, but stressing the strength of Gothic culture which was of Germanic origin, was also a matter of politics during the 1930s and 40s. Gimbutienė clearly showed that she did accept the different point of view represented by another Eastern Prussian archaeologist, Karl Engel, who held that inhumations in flat cemeteries in Zamblend Peninsula and Memeland were the results of local evolution and gradual disappearance of barrows with stone enclosures of the pre-Roman Iron Age. The important statement of Gimbutas is presented already at the beginning of her dissertation that flat inhumation cemeteries first of all appeared and spread in the coastland of Zamblend Peninsula and the Memelgebit in Lower Nemunas region and along the Nemunas River as far as the mouth of River Neris. The new ideas in burial customs spread more rapidly along the intensive lines of communication. This thesis is very important when researching the process of disappearance of barrows in Žemaitija and northern Lithuania during the late Roman period. Gimbutienė very figuratively described the joined stone enclosures, stone circles, that were typical for West Lithuanian cemeteries and compared them with the pattern of the honeycomb. This metaphor was later taken into the works of Eugenijus Jovaiša. It is important that Gimbutienė drew her readers' attention to the phenomenon of stone constructions as widely spread in Baltic Sea region. She compared stone enclosures unearthed in West Lithuanian cemeteries with those known as tarans in northern Latvia and Estonia. Also, Gimbutas pointed out that stone constructions also are typical for Sweden. The similarities between Gotland stone circles and those in coastal Lithuania were pointed out later by Vladas Žulkus as one of the common features of both Gotland and West Lithuania in his article of 1995. The flat cemeteries of central Lithuania were investigated widely during the time of the First Lithuanian Republic. Gimbutienė described them as simple inhumations with a pair of stones placed in the area of head and feet. These stones probably were used to fasten a hollowed-out log coffin. Burial customs in central Lithuania and the inner arrangement of great pits of inhumations seem to be similar to those in the lower Nemunas region, which was not described separately by Gimbutienė. It may be that Gimbutienė viewed the lower Nemunas region as a sub-area of flat cemeteries of Central Lithuania. She wrote that the material culture of West Lithuania is similar to Central Lithuania. The latter was under the influence of West, and it is difficult to point out the precise border between the two cultural areas. A similar point of view was held later by Jerzy Kulich, a Polish scholar who regarded Nemunas culture as a single whole. On the basis of contemporary data, it is possible to state that flat cemeteries of Lower Nemunas region contain very similar sets of artifacts to those of West Lithuanian cemeteries, but the burial customs are closer to those of Central Lithuania. Pairs of stones also occur in the pits of graves of Lower Nemunas region. The so-called barrow cemeteries of northern Lithuania were associated also with the largest part of Žemaitija and also southern Latvia by Gimbutas. She stressed that stones were also used as a part of burial ritual. The enclosures and payments were placed in the base of these barrows. She also drew attention to the fact that sometimes stone circles were joined together, a similar feature to the West Lithuanian flat cemeteries, while the arrangements of separate burials in the barrow had common features with burials in the flat cemeteries of Central Lithuania. Such remarks prove that Gimbutienė saw the cultural areas where particular burial customs were practiced not as a constant phenomenon, but as a field of interactions that depended on the vitality of communication lines. Gimbutienė has given an insight that the barrows of northern Lithuania began to disappear at the end of the late Roman period. This problem still is not entirely solved today. Gimbutienė inspires us to research further whatever the flat cemeteries of central northern Lithuania dating to the late Roman period appeared as a result of strong influences and even migrations from the middle reaches of Nemunas River, or were a natural consequence of the renunciation by local people of their custom of forming barrows. Gimbutienė stressed that West and Central Lithuanian areas had a strong influence on their neighbors. She regarded barrows as a result of conservative thinking in burial traditions. Eastern Lithuania was regarded by Gimbutas as the most conservative region, where the tradition of burials in barrows lasted until medieval times. Gimbutienė proved herself to be a scholar with deep intuition for cultural processes despite the modest database of her times. She could rely only on finds from Mežionys and Kaniukai barrow cemeteries in Eastern Lithuania as a basis for her statement that Eastern Lithuanian barrows culture was born already in the 3rd, 4th century AD. This opinion was also followed by Mickevičiaus. Nevertheless, the problem of dating of earliest barrows in East Lithuania still exists, while the tradition to associate them mainly with the Middle Iron Age or so-called migration period is still deep-rooted. The findings of recent decades in Pakalniai Barrow Cemetery by Vykintas Mickevičiaus clearly proved that the genesis of such barrows may be associated with the turn of 2nd and 3rd centuries AD. Gimbutienė saw cultural regions in the context of neighboring cultural areas. Therefore, she noted that Užnemunė, where flat cemeteries and barrows with stone cairns were distributed, is an area under the influence of the Ostmazūrišė or Eastern Mazurian group, which was distinguished by Engel. Today we see Užnemunė or southwest Lithuania as region where Bogačevo culture in the early Roman period and Sudovian culture in late Roman period left an important impact. The latter cultures are associated with classical West balls. The tradition of cremation was partly introduced in Užnemunė during Roman Iron Age, and Gimbutas stressed that this feature of burial customs was born under the influence of West balls. Gimbutas interpreted the barrows of the so-called Rostolti type distributed in the Polish region of Podlasie as the heritage of balls. The Polish researcher Jan Jaskanis, who published material from such barrows in 2012, criticized Gimbutas' point of view on the ethnicity of the communities who buried their dead in barrows of Rostolti type. Today, the latter barrows are associated with the bar culture of Germanic origin. Jaskanis pointed out that there is no sense in applying data from medieval written sources which testify that Podlasie in the early Middle Ages was region inhabited by Yatvingian tribe of Gauls to the situation of the Roman period. Gimbutas used medieval written sources as a basis for detecting tribes during the Iron Age. This was typical feature of scholarship during the 1930s. The same model was used in Soviet Lithuania archaeology. Despite being officially ignored, Gimbutienė provoked some heated discussions as to the ethnicity of tribes during the Iron Age in Lithuania. One such discussion concerned the border between Žemaitians and Aukštaitians during the migration period. Gimbutienė stressed that it is impossible to detect ethnic units only on the basis of particular burial customs and on particular types of artifacts. It is necessary to analyze the whole set of data represented by settlement cemeteries, types of artifacts, and objects of cult. She also pointed out that similar forms of artifacts of the same style of material culture do not necessarily indicate the borders of one tribe. The artifacts of one tribe moved to another. Meanwhile, changes in burial customs did not transform so rapidly as artifacts under the influences of fashions. Gimbutienė's statement that burial customs do not testify to any precise border between East and West balls reminds us that the categories of West and East balls are also a matter of academic disagreement. In the time when Gimbutas was working, Western ball features were attributed only to West Lithuanian and Sudovian Užnemunė burial sites. Nowadays, the border between West and Eastern balls is transferred toward the areas of Eastern and West Belarus, and the heritage of upper Dniepr rivers in Russia is interpreted as proper Eastern ball cultural areas. The second part of Gimbutas' dissertation was devoted to the relations between burial customs and systems of belief. This part may be seen as introduction to her other study on symbols, ancient symbolism in Lithuanian folk art, printed in 1958. Gimbutas' insights undoubtedly were a source of inspiration for Lithuanian researchers of mythology, such as Norbertas Vėlius, who wrote Study the Walled Outlook of Ancient Balls, and Gintaras Beresnevičius, who interpreted the myth of Sovius and origin of cremation customs. The dissertation of Šarūnė Volodkienė of 2019 also may be seen as prolongation of Gimbutienė's academic way. She wrote on burials in Samogitia, the custom of placing grave goods. Gimbutienė used various sources detecting the semantic of human behavior on the basis of Lithuanian archaeological material. She applied sources from folklore, written historical sources, linguistics. Some opponents may say that the latter sources mainly were not contemporary to the burial sites which Pieturas was discussed by Gimbutas. She herself has a critical approach. She wrote, "Modern folklore shows a mixture of views from earlier and later periods. However, researchers nowadays looking for special arguments about human behavior during burial rites frequently pay attention to the customs and ethnography of various archaic tribes which are distant from each other in space and time. Gimbutas' approach represents distance in time but not in geography. We are inspired to believe that remnants of archaic thinking are mostly related to the sphere of interactions between living and dead. Gimbutas' knowledge of foreign languages gave her the ability to use the sources of folklore and linguistics of other people in Europe, especially in its eastern part. This reminds us to seek a broad view in scholarship as Gimbutas did. Gimbutas noticed important details which lacked the wider context at her time, but she stressed the significance of various rare elements in burial customs. She saw the value of the finds of animal and bird bones in cemeteries and deplored that usually such finds were not brought to museums for preservation along with artifacts and therefore were left uninvestigated. She also drew attention to the importance of plant remains in cemeteries, even for that database for such drew attention to the importance of plant remains in cemeteries, even for the database for such material in her time was very modest. First, she stressed the importance of paleozoological and paleobotanical research for the reconstruction of burial rites and their meaning. Her thesis was confirmed decades later. For example, several graves of the 4th, early 5th century AD from Baitai Cemetery in West Lithuania contained remains of horsetail engraved pits. This plant has features of disinfectant. Most probably this characteristic had the practical and symbolic meaning in burial rites. Gimbutienė presupposed that small ceramic vessels, which are typical finds in West Lithuanian cemeteries, were used for drinking during burial rites. Recently, investigations of surfaces of small ceramic vessels from Užpelkiai Cemetery, research of Audronė Bliujienė and her group, allowed scholars to conclude that they contained drink made from barley and oats, which was close to ale. Paprūdžiai Cemetery in Žemaitija provided the drinking horn, which might contain alcoholic drink close to mead according chemical analysis. First, Gimbutienė provided many insights which testify to her high scholarly intuition. She also discussed the forms of souls of deceased which were recorded in Lithuanian folklore. One of such beliefs that butterfly represents one of possible reincarnations and forms of human soul. It is interesting that investigations in Baitai Cemetery of late Roman period provided free amber pendants in the shape of insects. Such pendants are rare finds, but they occurred in various regions of Barbaricum. Probably the particular sort of insect or beetle might suit as a home for the soul of the deceased. This presupposition may be supported also by Lithuanian folklore, which says that a soul could wander from its human home in the shape of a bee. And some concluding remarks. The dissertation of Marija Gimbutienė, or Marija Gimbutas, published in 1946, was an important contribution to the Lithuanian archaeology and also a very important work for the whole Baltic Sea region. This volume, published in German, opened the data of Lithuanian archaeology for a wider spectrum of the academic world. The author was a very young war refugee. It is wonder that she managed to preserve a material for her dissertation during turbulent time of 1944-1945. Despite being a very young scholar, Gimbutienė proved to be a serious and talented researcher with wide horizons and good knowledge of the literature of Baltic Sea region, seeking to join archaeological data with folklore, linguistic, historical data. Gimbutienė provided foundations for the distinguishing of cultural areas on the basis of burial sites for Lithuanian archaeology. Her works, despite being officially ignored in Soviet Lithuania, undoubtedly did have an impact on archaeologists working on the inner side of the Iron Curtain. It is possible to trace the origin of some academic discussions born in Soviet time, which were accumulated by works of Marija Gimbutienė on burial customs during the Iron Age in Lithuania. She had very good scientific intuition and ability to see small things in archaeological material, which could lead to the important conclusions, widening the horizons of archaeology. To this day, her dissertation inspires discussion of various aspects of burial customs in prehistory. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you, Dr. Rasa. Well, you summarized very well how to say the roots, the beginnings of work of Marija Gimbutienė. So indeed, so how to say, the circumstances when the thesis was written. So it's how to say, you just summarized them also as well. So how this talent could flourish in another situation, in other conditions. And indeed, so this example of a really talented person could have impact on history of science, of history of archaeology, and still some ideas are still actual, notwithstanding Iron Curtain and other unacceptable circumstances. Would there be questions from audience? So I see, we still see no questions. Well, just a few words to summarize this morning's session. Thank you once more for presenters. Thank you for all presenters. I think we had quite comprehensive overview of archaeological works, archaeological ideas, and the actuality, both how to say roots, both about history, but also how to say some ideas are still actual and could be verified in other ways. So just again proving great scientific intuition. This is scientific intuition, scientific sense of to go direction. This is one of crucial features of real scientific talent. So this is one of crucial features of this really talented researcher of Marija Gimbutienė. So, and we contribute to this conference's contribution to her heritage. So we should have a break now. Maybe Agnia, you'll have some housekeeping issues? No? So let's have a break. So we had a very fruitful session. Thank you, contributors. Thank you, audience. And see you in an hour and a half. Thank you, and for the moment, bye.
And the next presentation is from Eugenijus Saviščevas. He is associate professor from Vilnius University, and the title of his presentation will be The Old Europe of Marija Gimbutienė and Civilization as a Keyword of Historical Discourse. Eugenijus, please, the floor is yours.
Labą dieną. Ar jūs mane girdite?
Taip, girdime, we are hearing perfectly.
Taigi, labą dieną visiems, mėly kolegos, gerbiami svečiai.
So good day to everybody, ladies and gentlemen, and my decision to participate in this conference was, I took it with a bit of a hesitation, I have to say, because it is quite a challenge to try to combine the interest of a historian and archaeologist. So Agnia was persuasive enough to convince me. So how does a historian usually usually feel when he is facing some challenges in reading through the material elaborated by archaeologists. So in a certain sense, I believe that Marija Gimbutas herself has opened this floor for me, because just as it has been demonstrated today and yesterday, she was using different approaches or syntheses of different branches of science, and therefore I do hope that my historian's perspective is also going to be of value to you as well. So it is, nobody doubts the fact that such complicated words as neologisms, they often evoke a difference in understanding in different branches of science. And therefore, I was equally surprised when I learned, by the way, not that long ago, that the works by Marija Gimbutas are well known, and this civilizational element, at least to me, was a bit of a too distant for me. And when I was when I was told that Marija Gimbutas wrote a piece about the goddess and worshipping of the goddess, I thought that, well, that's the chance for me to speak on the subject, and while looking through this book written by Marija Gimbutas, or the possibilities of including her into the discussion about the civilization. So the key word is the civilization as such, even though I would say that one of the main points here is that we have to realize, and I think that we do believe when we take hold of this book, that the civilization of the goddess is a nice way of saying it, in an alternative way to say the old Europe, which is the well-known phenomenon for archaeologists and the like. So indeed, it's a question whether this question, the civilization of the goddess, was it indeed necessary, and what were the objectives of Marija Gimbutas. So I would like here to quote from the text of Marija Gimbutas in response to why she decided to name her thesis with this following idea. So the beginning of the quote: I reject the assumption that civilization refers only to autocratic warrior societies. The generative basis of any civilization lies in its degree of artistic creation, aesthetic achievements, non-material values and freedom, which make life meaningful and enjoyable for all citizens, as well as balance of powers between the sexes. Neolithic Europe was not a time before civilization. It was instead a true civilization in the best meaning of the word. In the 5th and early 4th millennia BC, just before its demise in East Central Europe, all Europeans had towns with a considerable concentration of population, temples several stories high, a sacred script, spacious houses of 4 or 5 rooms, professional ceramicists, weavers, copper and gold metallurgists, and other artisans producing a range of sophisticated goods. As you see, Marija Gimbutas in this way described her understanding what is a civilization. And we see that she suggests a new approach to the word civilization, a new civilization, a new perception of civilization. But the core here, which can be felt at this text, is that for Marija Gimbutas, the concept of civilization is a value in itself. So we may ask ourselves, what is bad about this old civilization? She's not calling it as the old civilization. She only used the term old assumption of civilization. And here again, I decided to include a quote of Marija Gimbutas whenever she is talking about the old assumption of civilization. So you can read it for yourself. I'm not going to read it all aloud. So Marija Gimbutas believes that the usual perception or assumption of civilization or conventional assumption of civilization is understood equally by historians or archaeologists. And it is a patriarchal, and by way of putting too much emphasis on wartime cultures, too little attention to women, and therefore to such human values as freedom and so if we are trying to compare how the author herself is defining the autocratic and male-dominant society as opposed to female-dominated societies, we notice that in these comparisons, perhaps the masculinity is as if said that it is a representation of a material culture, whereas feminine is the representation of the spiritual origin. I believe that it indeed calls into question a lot of other arguments, and this is where we are trying to define the so-called civilization matrix, which we could look for some major breakthroughs, after which the society shifts from the cultural level, from archaeological, historical level into the historical type of a civilization. In her book, Marija Gimbutas is not focusing too much on these aspects, and I permitted myself the liberty to sum them up. So I would like to apologize for showing too much text on the screen, but I think it would be too difficult to understand the author without the relevant quotes. So first of all, how does Marija Gimbutas understand achievements by civilization? Is that the goddess or the religion of the goddess or the worshipping of the goddess, just as you heard yesterday in particular about the female figurines found during the Neolithic period in various archaeological excavation sites. And therefore, this religion of a goddess could be traced back to the Near East, and there are some links with Catahouli or Cretan cultures, or we may believe that there is some connection there of this common religion coming from the East to the Old Europe. The second option would be something typical of a Neolithic society, and the core here is the specific status of a woman in the society. And again, we have talked quite a lot about spiritual and material artifacts as evidence for a scientist to infer one or other conclusion. So how do we know all this? Again, I can give you a quote from Marija Gimbutas' work that the role of a woman could be seen from this dominant role in this linear agriculturalism and pottery. And this was the approach followed by Marija Gimbutas, that this was mainly females who contributed much more to the pottery or to the agricultural development. So this is quite an interesting conclusion by Gimbutienė. She doesn't claim the Neolithic society to have been a matriarchal system, but these societies were dominated by female councils, even though we couldn't see any signs of undermining the status of men in such societies. So that was the approach followed by Gimbutienė. We may see the third factor, which is to the so-called Holy Scriptures,
kurį Gimbutienė vedė iš
which Marija Gimbutienė compared to the Vinci culture. The fourth element would be the presence of towns or settlements, which were typical already in the Neolithic era, especially in the Kukutiani culture. And the fifth element of this Neolithic element, at least the historians would see it in that way from Marija Gimbutienė's text, would be some technological advancements which couldn't have been possible without some exchange, cultural exchange. And now moving on to the so-called critical approach.
What I mean is that when assessing those aspects that were covered in the book by Gimbutienė, I first of all need to clarify the terminology, because there are some concepts like scripts, trade, cities, they cause a lot of doubt. If somebody would ask me, I would recommend all the archaeologists to opt for a little bit concepts that are a little bit more modest. Like I would replace religion by belief, or trade by exchange, and so on. Why? An explanation would take some time, but I would just like to present one example. One of them is related to trade. We have a term in statistics called tamkar, which can be translated as buy, but we don't have any opinion, or we don't have any hints to be able to formulate our opinion about any existence of markets. I cannot rule out a possibility that there was some kind of trade, but we speak about demand and supply, from a journey from one demand and supply point to another demand and supply point. That is kind of the predecessor of a marketplace. So, is it possible to confirm such thing? I'm not really sure. Yeah, is it possible to see anything like that in Babylonia a little bit later, in like the second millennium? There was some kind of commissioned exchange by some specifically designated people who were serving in different temples. So that is just an example to see how careful you need to be about terminology. One of the most important aspects in looking at what we have already heard, which I can't agree with Gimbutienė, who said that her belief that archaeologists and historians can agree on something, even when they speak about these concepts like civilization. It's extremely difficult to find a common agreement concerning the civilization for a number of reasons. First of all, this concept stemmed from such a space, or from such a research field that, by its nature, was not really a monopoly of historians or archaeologists, because each of them would consider that they belong to them. So I would like just make a little discourse into deviation, and to explain that those terms are constantly being confused, mixed up, because if you look at the nature of this concept, so first of all, It means
XIX amžiaus dar bėgyje praktiškai visi kalbantis apie civilizaciją, tame tarpe visi mokslininkai.
even the researchers of the scholars in the 19th century was thinking about civilization in the common sense of the word, but they had some kind of hidden meaning, like referring to Western civilization. And only in the 19th century there is some kind of understanding about the pluralistic civilization, because they started speaking that they and us, but they are not necessarily savages, they are just different. So that is a kind of pluralistic approach towards history. Those are the histories that are existing in parallel and developing in parallel. And that's why a historian has a huge choice, because he can choose a moment in the development of civilization. Let's say a civilization in some specific country at some specific point of time, or he can choose a civilization that is covered by the concept us. But so that was the idea immediately grabbed by historians. And as I said before, civilization is not really a monopoly of historians, but we still have to use it. But the largest turning point from about the pluralistic civilization was this gentleman of this author of this book, Mr. Alain Tonby, presented a huge study, very comprehensive study of the concept of civilization. So this study can be praised for its titanic efforts and the scope, but on the other hand, from the viewpoint of historians and from the viewpoint of science of history, this stage in the development of civilization, it is kind of associated with some kind of critical period in the history in the science of history, because it was kind of criticized. Like historians would take a position that somebody else has to study and will be just accumulating and summarizing their outcomes. And the answer from the historians came considerably late. So it's not only a problem of a historian criticizing another profession because of the concept of civilization. So as I said, we have numerous challenges, and perhaps the turning point was the 70s or 60s in the 20th century, and because huge circles of historians responded to this production of Tenbien, this book of Tenbien, and started developing their own understanding of what is civilization. There was a series of books about civilization. Bernard brought there's several volumes of this grammar, the civilizations in French, and that was some kind of a textbook on civilizations. And at the same time, next to the other comprehensive studies on civilization, there was some kind of theory theoretical surveys and approaches towards the problem. And if we look at the comprehension and the observations by Fernand Braudel, a French scholar, perhaps are most important. He defined civilization as the space, community, society, and collective thinking. And this comprehension of space was one of the most important aspects when thinking about civilizations. And many historians were speaking differently. Many decided to look at other aspects. Well, for historians, its most important aspect is perhaps the space. But another one, McNeill, that worked at more or less the same time, he presented a different definition of civilization. And his idea, civilization is the actual organization that unites people who were living in the same area of millions of square kilometers for many centuries. And some important questions are here raised. What civilization is and what are centers, what do those centers mean, and so on.
What is the distribution between the civilizations or economic nodes? So Fernand Braudel believes that these civilizational and economic centers coincide. So whichever way we look is that the civilization or expression of a civilization is more visible in certain nodes of expression, such as economic centers. But by saying this, I don't want to say that this turning point, which happened in the middle of the 20th century, somehow has deleted the understanding, the single understanding of civilization. There is indeed a way of perceiving civilization as a civilization of a humankind. Well, and it is just a coincidence that I have picked up this photo of a book to illustrate my point. I'm not sure how well aware are you of the book by Guido Mansueli, a book by the Civilization of the Old Europe, written in French, that in this book, it is said that even Neolithical civilizations have a place in the overall civilization of humankind. So nobody is challenging the right of each civilization to be called a civilization. So this situation has somewhat changed as time went by. So a new interest in civilization or in the real life is related to Samuel Huntington and to his approach to civilization. So we may find new aspects used by him to describe a civilization. Of course, he was looking for one single definition, what describes a certain formation as a civilization, and instead of one, he found 5 such elements, which are closely intertwined and they're interrelated. And Huntington merged the historical analytical methods, sociological and politological issues. He merged them into one quite a uniform text. So according to Huntington, the first feature of a civilization, this is a classical, conventional way of understanding that civilization is a society that is sedentary, urban, and literate. And this is a typical conventional definition of civilization present already in the 19th century. Second point, civilization is not the opposite of culture. And this is just because, unlike in the German culture, there is a difference between civilization and culture. So, second point, civilization is similar to the spiritual environment that connects several national cultures. And of course, language and religion have a certain role to play here as well. So some more interesting points are added to this second definition, but we may also find something similar in the earlier descriptions of civilization. Third definition: civilization is the highest level of cultural commonality of people and the broadest level of cultural identity. And this is somewhat reminiscent of Brodeli's understanding. The fourth definition: civilizations, though mortal, are long-lived. Let's see what is said next. Political organizations are often incapable of maintaining the integrity of civilization, and therefore political structures are replaced by fundamental ideas that exist in societies from generation to generation. So, to me, as a historian and archaeologist, I believe that such definitions may look somewhat complex. It becomes more difficult to apply them in practice. But I still think that there is some possibility. And the fifth description of a civilization: since civilizations are cultural rather than political beings, they do not seek to become one political body. So when it comes to those, the last two approaches to civilization, at least I could share some criticism with regard to them. The ancient civilizations die out as empires, as certain state formations. When we understand a state from an androcentrical point of view, when a state is understood as a civilization. And therefore, if somebody wanted to deny the theory of Marija Gimbutienė, not all the scientists upheld the view of Marija Gimbutienė that civilization is replaced by another one through wartime measures or invasions or something, oppression. Quigley Carroll, another scientist, another researcher, who has started to perceive civilization as a society, as being on top or atop of the political level of civilization, atop of political institutions, or, in other words, above the mechanism of oppression or. So according to Marija Gimbutienė, she didn't like this idea. So allow me to remind you of all the other conventional perceptions or understanding or the ideas by Carroll Quigley. He made an extensive analysis of civilizations. He was quite a figure in this field, and he was trying very hard to get rid of those speculative historians, and instead he was attempting to invoke upon other branches of science to describe civilizations. So what makes Carroll Quigley stand out from all the others is that he was decided to distinguish Neolithical garden cultures from other normal civilizations. And yet another thing which is quite relevant here, I believe, is that by way of understanding civilization as a certain organization of a society, organizational structure, or a degree of organization of civilization, Quigley was also thinking about the initial driving forces of a civilization, which we might call some inherent principles or stimuli, which were relevant also for indigenous people as well. And what are these human needs? So you may see it on the screen. He also makes the military nature of human beings. So it doesn't come out of the blue. This is quite an interesting point, which is indeed a valid point for further discussion. So to what extent military or inclination to some military action, how inherent it is or how genuine it is it really a mandatory feature of any civilization in order for it to prevail, that it has to be military or militant? I'm not here to... So I have to look at what the archaeologists have to say on civilization or development of understanding of civilization. I have to admit I'm not knowledgeable on that, so I'm not going to use too much of your precious time. Allow me to say a few remarks only. So the first one, the first observation would be related to Sir William Matthew Flinders Petrie. He is one of he's one of the founding fathers of Egyptology and archaeology in general. And in 1911, he published his book, was called Revolution of Civilization. Revolutions of a Civilization. So one civilization and many revolutions. So he adopted this approach to civilization, and in terms of revolutions, he meant that any civilization doesn't have a very explicit vector. According to him, civilization is some kind of a seasonal change. It is after a certain warm summer, there is a very hard winter, and after a certain there are ups and downs in every single civilization, or sometimes even barbarian experiences come in waves as well. So civilizations do not necessarily have to be understood in the same way as they were understood in the 18th or 19th century. Civilization could be understood as a progress. Of course, we cannot agree to this 100%, but there are also some tiny details which are worth attention here. In terms of the analysis of the civilizational development, such elements as religion or architecture, these are the examples which show the birth of a civilization, let's say. And we have heard already that it is not always, not everything boils down to the material artifacts in modern archaeology. Flinders is interesting to me from one point as well, which, by the way, leads me to another archaeologist.
To another very famous archaeologist, and at least I haven't seen any works that Gimbutienė was using Peter. There is no doubt that Golden Child was referring to the works of Peter. As far as I understand him, he was kind of intermediary figure because in his life path he was between the traditional, conventional archaeology and some innovations. One of the important things to mention about Golden Child is that one of his first books was dedicated to European civilization, to the dawn of the European civilization, which was exactly the focus of Gimbutienė. Without even going deeper into this subject, we can look at the titles of sections and parts of the books and some other small other references. Child was treating civilization as an installation isolation, and he was mostly interested in the general development of civilization without seeing any intersections between different civilizations. So he looked at Balkanian, on Danube civilization and others. So these were kind of little fragments of something what Gimbutienė referred to as the old Europe. The papers of Child also showed one of the most important turning points, and no doubt that Toynbee study was a contributor here. Child published a book called What Happened in History. And in this book, we see a very conventional stance concerning the purpose of civilization and culture and their segregation. So he was speaking about the Neolithic old culture, and that is completely evident from the even names and titles of the sections of the book, like urban revolution in Mesopotamia, and then Neolithic households and so on. So I can see some kind of coincidence, and whatever way we choose to look at it, that coincidence was not absolute. And that only shows that it's not necessarily to agree with it, and not necessarily to agree for all philosophers or archaeologists to define what civilization is. And to sum up, I would like to look at the Gimbutienė's viewpoint towards those matters quite unequivocally. Unambiguously, she did not agree with the stance concerning civilization prevailing in history, but partly in archaeology too. So she quite conscientiously was presenting this kind of civilization theory, but it was a trap. She did not discuss the values of civilization in history. This issue was not raised, and if it had to be raised, this idea of deity and civilization perhaps would have been developed much wider. If I look at the arguments that Marija Gimbutienė presented when she was defining civilization, we can see that there are certain elements that can fill in the void in the definition to how to define a culture that is approaching civilization. So she was thinking about the big cities, the urban settlements, big temples and Maltalis and so on. So kind of sacred scripts. So these elements, they are kind of existing by themselves, but they are like scattered little islands. They are not brought into one entity together. So there was no Babylon. Even Rome was not mentioned there. Also Nile or Euphrates, which are actually the backbones of civilization. Of course, there is another important thing, is that the entire old Europe was united, and you can't argue with it, was brought together. the cult of the goddess mother, the goddess mother. But I'm not sure whether you can see my slides. Here we speak again. It's again difficult to say. Are we speaking about one goddess, or because we can see a number of deities, goddesses, and mother goddesses in different cultures. And they are often related to, somehow related to lions, which shows that their history is very different. But nevertheless, are we speaking about one deity or many deities? It still remains a question. And just to finish my presentation is that most probably it's not really worthwhile arguing with the correctness of theory about the great goddess. I wouldn't dare arguing her existence, but I would argue the necessity to define it as a sign of civilization.
Unfortunately, we And now I will present the last presentation of this session, the beginnings of philosophy in the world outlook of the old Europeans, reflecting on the archaeomythological reconstructions of Marija Gimbutas. The scholarly legacy of Marija Gimbutas consists not only of important empirical results, but also of deep theoretical insights that are of utmost importance to theoretical archaeology and the philosophy of archaeology. In this presentation, I will try to indicate the most valuable part of Gimbutas' theoretical legacy in the field of interpretive archaeology. I will also discuss the relation between archaeology and philosophy in Gimbutas' scholarly legacy, emphasize the importance of philosophical elements in her thought, and present my view on the question as to whether she might be viewed not only as an eminent authority on prehistoric archaeology, but also as a philosopher. Most importantly, I will attempt to tie the problem of interpretability of old European symbols to the question of the beginnings of philosophy in the world outlook of the old Europeans. This latter question is very important in relation to the methodology of interpretive prehistoric archaeology. Preliminary considerations. Marija Gimbutas has become a true legend in the world of prehistoric archaeology. A heated debate is still raging around her scholarly legacy, especially with respect to the theoretical and interpretive part. Her scholarly achievement might be evaluated on three levels. First, on the level of her achievement in the sphere of practical archaeology or field archaeology. Second, on the level of her achievement in the sphere of interpretation of particular archaeological contexts as well as of individual prehistoric symbols. And third, on the level of her achievement in the sphere of speculative thinking related to the problems of prehistory research, culture history, and archaeological theory as such, especially with regard to the two grand theories, or rather grand scholarly hypotheses associated with her name. The first of these theories or hypotheses is related to the question of localization of Indo-European homeland, the so-called Kurgan theory. The second one is a hypothesis positing the existence of the so-called goddess civilization in prehistoric Europe. In order to evaluate more correctly and adequately the scholarly legacy of Gimbutas at all three aforementioned levels, it is important to differentiate first between archaeological practice and pure archaeological theory, and second, between pure scholarly research. pure soft science in the field of humanities, and speculative thinking, informed not by the results of research proper or research as such, but by the researcher's philosophical world outlook, her ideological and political agenda, and all sorts of cultural predispositions. Over the past decade, during my research into the scholarly legacy of Gimbutas, I have come to a conclusion that she achieved the most solid scholarly results at the first and second aforementioned levels, that is, as a field archaeologist and as an interpreter of particular archaeological contexts, as well as of individual prehistoric symbols. Her achievements at the third level are much more controversial and ought to be evaluated not exclusively from the standpoint of pure facts and pure academic research, but rather from the viewpoint of ethical value and of proposed highly and sometimes overly speculative hypotheses and political vision that either informs those hypotheses initially or is arrived at as a result of thinking out their logical implications. It might also be argued that the ethical, political, and philosophical value of all-encompassing grand hypotheses and highly speculative interpretations proposed by Gimbutas is not the same thing as the pure academic value of those hypotheses and interpretations, and therefore should be strictly and methodically differentiated and set apart from them. In the course of future investigations into her legacy, Gimbutas will not only be considered as a leading field archaeologist and successful interpreter of particular archaeological artifacts, but will quite probably be viewed as a philosopher and political visionary. Gimbutas's theoretical considerations that are scattered across her writings are of particular interest to contemporary philosophy of archaeology and those branches of continental philosophy that are involved in the critique of ideology and are directly or indirectly related to gender studies and feminist theory. Speaking about the legacy of Gimbutas, I would also like to draw attention to the hermeneutical dimension of prehistoric archaeology and the importance of interpretation in archaeology in general. Bearing in mind that the form of interpretation practiced in the field of prehistoric archaeology dealing with the symbology and iconography of the old Europe has much in common with the philosophical hermeneutics, we may argue that therein lies yet another philosophical dimension to the work of Marija Gimbutas and other scholars specializing in the field of prehistoric archaeology. In Gimbutas's case, the importance of her scholarly achievement in terms of a novel hermeneutical approach employed by the scholar, an approach that has some affinities to the approaches of philosophical hermeneutics, constitutes a very significant dimension to the philosophical relevance of her legacy. Yet the philosophical aspects related to the hermeneutics of old European symbology are in need of spelling out and of some additional clarifications. I will try to provide these clarifications in the course of my presentation. From the hermeneutical point of view, by far the most important work of Gimbutas is the language of the goddess. This undisputed magnum opus is most relevant to all my subsequent analysis of her theoretical and methodological positions. This is the book that I will most frequently refer to in my presentation. Among her other works that I will employ or take into consideration in my analysis, I would like to mention her book Senoji Europa, the Old Europe, written in Lithuanian. It is a Lithuanian version of the civilization of the goddess. Having in mind the importance of hermeneutical approach both to archaeology and philosophy and the prevalence of hermeneutics in Gimbutas's reconstructions, she might be considered a philosopher in some broader, more general sense simply because of her extraordinary sophistication in the employment of this method. But Gimbutas might also be viewed as a philosopher for other two reasons. First, because of her deep interest in ethical issues and her preoccupation with contemporary human condition, which she analyzes from the perspective of several millennia of human cultural and moral development. And second, because as an historian or rather prehistorian of old European proto-philosophy, she attempts to reconstruct not only the meanings of individual artifacts, but also the entire system of old European symbols as a meaningful whole, that is, as an entire world outlook of the old Europeans. As the founder of a new scholarly discipline of archaeomythology, Gimbutas might be considered a thinker who unleashes not only the philosophical potential of archaeology and that of mythology, both of them viewed singly, apart from each other, but also the philosophical potential of the very relation between archaeology and mythology. As we have seen, it is quite obvious that the common ground between philosophy and archaeology is hermeneutics, the hermeneutical effort, the attempt at interpretation. And thinking about the relation between philosophy and mythology, one can observe that the most important archaic myths that are preoccupied with existential themes and speak in narrative form they speak in narrative form about the search for wisdom. Therefore, in this sense, myth, especially the archaic myth, is a precursor of existential philosophy. The dangers of human extravagance, hubris, the importance of limits and moderation in human life, the irony of destiny, the fleeting nature of time and life, the impermanence of luck and human success, these and other existential themes are most seriously dealt with in the medium of myth. Both myth and philosophy, as conceived initially by the Greeks, aim to view, to contemplate theoretically the whole of reality, not any isolated part of it. Even if they are interested in some part of reality, they view it not in isolation, but in relation to other parts and the whole of reality. We might say that both the philosophical theory understood in the authentic Greek sense, not as a rigid set of rules, principles, or propositions, but as a contemplation of the world, and the mythical theoria aim at construing theoretical visions of the world as holistic spatial wholes that are contemplated with physical or metaphysical eyes or with the eyes of imagination. Employing theory as understood in the authentic Greek sense, both philosophy and myth aim at the creation of a world outlook, that is, a systematic and holistic vision of reality. In this sense, myth might be viewed as a sort of archaic theoretical proto-philosophy. Yet myth is concerned not only with theoria that creates meaning by way of construing holistic visions of reality. As existential proto-philosophy, myth is also concerned with praxis, with practical action and practical reason aimed at problem solving and resourceful dealing with the most challenging situations of human life. This striking similarity between myth and philosophy gives us yet another reason to view myth as a sort of archaic practical philosophy. I hope that in view of these considerations, it is possible to appreciate the scope of philosophical potential of archaeomythology as a new scholarly discipline initiated by Gimbutas. It is a discipline that is philosophical in an even more radical sense than archaeology in general or mythology in general, for the hermeneutical effort, characteristic of the archaeologist's endeavor, here is aimed at the reconstruction of prehistoric mythology as the most archaic proto-philosophy. The essential features of old European proto-philosophy. Now I turn to the question of the beginnings of philosophy, or more exactly, some sort of proto-philosophy in the world outlook of the old Europeans. Usually, the beginnings of Western philosophy are traced back to the emergence of critical thought and democratic form of governance that took place in Miletus, Ephesus, and other Greek cities of Ionia at the end of the 7th century and the beginning of the 6th century BCE, and linked with the names of such pre-Socratic philosophers as Thales and Anaximander. Yet it is obvious that the pre-Socratic thought was not born out of nothing and had anticipations not only in the pre-philosophical tradition of the archaic and early classical periods of ancient Greek culture, but also in the entire previous development of human civilization. Now I will draw your attention to some features and aspects of the world outlook of the old Europeans as reconstructed by Gimbutas that might be seen as an indirect anticipation of philosophy long before the true beginnings of Western philosophy in ancient Greece. First of all, I would like to emphasize that the conditions of possibility of any philosophy, be it ancient or modern, presuppose the existence in a society of a unified vision of reality, that is, a world outlook. In its own right, a world outlook of any kind presupposes a highly developed and structured system of particular views and beliefs that are characteristic of and prevalent in a given society. In other words, in order to have a world outlook in the first place, it is necessary for those views and beliefs that constitute a given world outlook to be structured systematically, to form a unified system, and if those views and beliefs are expressed symbolically, that is by way of particular symbols, which is usually the case in all ancient cultures. Those particular symbols should of necessity be organized as a unified system. Therefore, in order to have a world outlook as a symbolically mediated vision of reality, all individual symbols ought to be meaningfully linked with one another and with the entire system of symbols as a structured, meaningful whole. If individual symbols of any given culture comprise a structured system, they are conceptually, visually, or otherwise linked with one another, which means that any particular symbol is open to productive interpretation, both from the perspective of any other symbol of that system, or from the perspective of the entire system of symbols as a whole. Therefore, if the meanings of individual symbols in any given culture are not known beforehand, which is usually the case with all prehistoric cultures, the very interpretability of individual symbols crucially depends on whether or not they comprise a unified symbolic system. If we somehow happen to know the meaning of one particular symbol, belonging to a system of symbols, usually the meaning of one that is simpler, more elementary, and therefore easier to interpret, then the knowledge of this meaning usually provides us with the clues and hints as to the meanings of other individual symbols, especially those that are more difficult to interpret in isolation, simply because of the fact that those meanings are conceptually interwoven and interdependent. This means that if we agree that Gimbutas' reconstructions of the meanings of individual Old European symbols are to a large, or at least to a certain extent true, then having in mind that those meanings could not be easily known to the scholar beforehand, due to the fact that the symbols whose meanings they are of belong to a very distant prehistoric culture that arguably did not possess any form of true writing. And without a system of true writing, the precise relation between the signifier and the signified in a symbol can never be known for sure or reconstructed with absolute certainty. The success of Gimbutas' reconstructions, provided this success is real, cannot be accounted for unless the meanings of individual Old European symbols are mutually related and conceptually interwoven, that is, unless individual Old European symbols comprise a unified system, a unified symbolic whole. Then it follows that Gimbutas' success in her endeavor to reconstruct both the meanings of individual Old European symbols and the entire system of Old European symbology as a whole necessarily points to the existence in the Old European civilization of a structured system of symbols and consequently to the existence in the Old Europe of a sufficiently developed and sophisticated world outlook in the first place. And, as I have already indicated earlier, the existence of a world outlook in any given culture points to the attempts of the representatives of that culture to construe and cultivate a unified, theoretical, in the authentic Greek sense, vision of the world. The existence of a rather sophisticated world outlook in the old Europe testifies to the need and ability of the old Europeans to think about the world systematically, and this capacity to think systematically, as well as the results of such systematic thought, arguably qualify as some sort of ancient proto-philosophy, that is, at least the indirect beginnings and anticipations of our own tradition of Western philosophy. Now I turn to another aspect of the old European proto-philosophy. As we well know from the history of Western and global philosophy, one of the most important features of philosophical thought is dialectic. It is interesting to note that, like philosophy, the archaic myth, as a symbolic medium of man's relation to the world, also has its own peculiar logic and dialectic. Some myths are even structured dialectically in the Hegelian sense, that is, they have a tripartite form that might be described in terms of a thesis, an antithesis, and a synthesis. Yet many archaic myths are not only structured dialectically, but also are dialectical in terms of the content of their narrative. That is, such myths convey a proto-philosophical message that might be understood dialectically. For example, in the sphere of archaic myth, we observe a peculiar dialectic of life and death. This dialectic is characteristic of a cosmic process where life and death form a cyclically revolving continuum. In the sphere of archaic myth, life continually merges into death, and death in its own turn merges into life. Such curious interpenetration of life and death is a universal feature of mythical world outlook. As one might expect, this is also the case in the old European prehistoric mythology and mythical symbology reconstructed by Gimbutas. For example, in the symbolism of Neolithic Europe and the Neolithic Near East, the usual symbols of death convey not only the idea of death itself, but also the idea of subsequent regeneration and future life, while the Neolithic symbols of life, in their own turn, not only point to the exuberance of life forces, but also foreshadow the waning of life and subsequent death. As Gimbutas has shown, the Neolithic symbols of death were as ambivalent and dialectically charged as the symbols of life. Gimbutas points out, quote, "The vulture or killer aspect of the goddess is frightening indeed, but if we look at the symbols associated with the aspect of death, it becomes clear that these symbols don't exist alone. They are interwoven with those promoting regeneration. The regeneration starts at the moment of death. It begins within the body of the goddess, in her moist uterus, which is expressed in an animal form as a fish, frog, turtle, hedgehog, hare, or the head of the bull," unquote. The Language of the Goddess, pages 316 through 317. Having in mind the results of Gimbutas' reconstructions, we might say that the old European symbol and myth have their own proto-dialectic that is quite similar to the form of dialectic that we find at the beginnings of classical Greek thought, especially in the corpus of pre-Socratic philosophy. It goes without saying that the very fact that symbol and myth are proto-dialectical in their deepest nature strengthens our view that the old European symbology, as reconstructed by Gimbutas, is some sort of archaic proto-philosophy. For we know that the link between philosophy and dialectic is the most fundamental one. The third very important feature of the old European proto-philosophy that I would like to turn your attention to is its ethical message and ethical sophistication in general. It is easy to see how the old European understanding of the dialectic of life and death engenders fearlessness in the face of death, and this Socratic fearlessness, or at least some equivalent of the Stoic contemplation of death's inevitability, might be viewed as a clear indication of wisdom. What astonishes us in the old European world outlook is, first, the fact that it testifies to a strikingly modern conception of man's harmonious relation to and unity with the natural world. Second, the fact that it emphatically expresses a respect for human life and dignity, and for that matter, an undeniable respect for life in general. Third, the fact that it unambiguously points to equal, egalitarian treatment of women and men, and especially what we may call the ecological orientation, so much so that the old European world outlook might be viewed by a contemporary observer as a kind of ultramodern or postmodern eco-philosophy. There is no doubt whatsoever that the old European world outlook is full of wisdom. And if we understand philosophy in the authentic Greek sense as the love of wisdom, then it is obvious that because of its deep wisdom and striving for wisdom, the old European proto-philosophy, despite its probable lack of abstract concepts and perhaps the lack of critical thought, though we cannot be absolutely sure in this respect, certainly meets the basic criteria of philosophy, especially in the authentic Greek sense. So the upshot of my presentation is that if the old European symbols had not been organized as a structured system, Gimbutas wouldn't have a possibility to interpret these symbols through contextual associations. And the fact that she succeeds in her effort of interpretation, provided that she really succeeds, points to the existence of a structured system of symbols and therefore to the existence of a unified world outlook expressed by the structured system of symbols. And the existence of the world outlook points to the fact that we have the beginnings of philosophy. For philosophy presupposes human effort to create a systematic vision of the world. Thank you for your attention. Any questions, possibly? We have to start the film about Marija Gimbutas at 17, and now I introduce for the last time Agnė Čivilytė, who will close the conference. She will take the stock of our ideas, of our work, and then we will watch the film. Thank you.
Dear colleagues, so we are turning to the end of the conference. Let's keep a short breath, yes, and I think with this philosophical view and interpretation of Gimbutas' work, we can just leave this 2 days program with a lot of ideas, with a lot of philosophical views, let's say, for the future, for the better life, for our further communication, for our works which we are doing. And I want to thank once again to all of you for giving us very interesting, intense, and inspiring presentations. And I am sure that the outcomes of this conference will be visible very shortly in our papers and teaching and etc. I also am very happy that this virtual communication makes it possible to watch the conference to everybody. And this is also the idea to share that what we have given during these 2 days for our society, for everybody to rethink that it is important and what Gimbutas has done, and that we can make probably in different way, yes. Thanks to Gimbutas, the science goes further, it moves, and this is, I think, most important thing. And I want to thank once again for our wonderful translators or interpreters, yes, for their great job. Of course, for all the speakers, for our wonderful team who helped us to make it possible, the conference visible to everyone. I also want to say that the presentations were recorded, and it will be possible to watch the presentations later on the homepages of Lithuanian Institute of History and also of homepage of Grand Duke of Lithuania, where we now are in this museum. And now, for the finish of the conference, we want to present a short documentary about Marija Gimbutas, and I want to invite Gintautas Triška, who will present you shortly the film, and let it be the nice finishing of our conference. Thank you so much, and good luck for the future.
Gerbimieji konferencijos dalyviai ir klausytojai.
Dear conference participants and the speakers, the friends, and anybody who knew Marija Gimbutas, thank you very much for providing the possibility of participating in this conference. Allow me to give a short introduction to a documentary about Marija Gimbutas. Marija Gimbutas was also participating in a number of field work related to the Palace of Grand Dukes, in which the conference is hosted. Back in 1988 and in 1993, these excavations were taking place. Vytautas Urbonavičius, Adolfas Tautavičius, and Albinas Kuncevičius were part of the archaeological team. They presented the excavated cellars, and they showed Marija Gimbutas the finds and the prospects for future excavations. And a couple of episodes from this encounter were also recorded on the film. So in this time span, Marija Gimbutas, when Marija Gimbutas was visiting Lithuania, Lithuania was also living through a major important political change. That was the period of rebirth of the statehood of Lithuania on its path towards independence, and from the oppression by the Soviets, which lasted for 50 years, and back in 1990, on the 11th of March, these efforts were crowned by the Declaration of Independence. The video which you're going to see now was filmed on the 23rd of January in 1991. On that day, Marija Gimbutas turned 75. The anniversary, the solemn celebration of anniversary didn't take place. Only 10 days earlier, on the early morning, the Soviet armed forces invaded the major TV, television, and strategical public authorities of Lithuania. 14 Lithuanian people perished in this unequal fight, and there were serious threats to the independence of Lithuania. And it was in these circumstances that Marija Liukšienė, the cousin of Marija Gimbutas, there were only a few cousins who met to celebrate the anniversary of Marija Gimbutas. Dr. Habilitus Vytautas Urbonavičius, who has been investigating a number of archaeological finds, the lower castle of Vilnius, and he's a known film documentary producer. And at that time, Vytautas Urbonavičius was a host of an archaeological and historical program on the TV. The anniversary of Marija Gimbutas had to be commemorated. Unfortunately, the Soviet troops were already taking the control of the TV tower. And the famous Lithuanian archaeologist, Dr. Habilitus Regina Volkaitė-Kulkauskienė, and the Lithuanian medical Professor Gintautas Česnys, and the historian Dr. Habilitus Inge Lukšaitė were all speaking in this film, and Antanas Abramavičius was making the recording. After a certain while, this recording reached Marija Gimbutas. So from today's perspective, we might say that this film was ahead of time by at least a couple of decades and was one of the first virtual congratulations sent to the scientists. And Vytautas Urbanavičius, luckily, is here among with us. He is watching the conference via the Zoom platform. So, dear participants of the conference, thank you very much for your attention. And now, please enjoy the documentary by Vytautas Urbanavičius. The title of the documentary is Marija Gimbutienė, the 75th anniversary.
In
the 23rd of January of a girl was born in a family of Maria, in the family of two physicians. Today, she is a professor of the University of California and one of the most popular women in America. And she's a world-known scientist and scholar. So, just to commemorate the anniversary of Marija Gimbutienė, we are meeting in the house of Professor Lukšienė, because Gimbutienė to Miss Lukšienė is more than a sister. They spent their childhood together and they remained friends for the rest of their lives. And also we have another guest, archaeologist, Regina Pulikauskienė. She was a friend of Marija Gimbutienė. An anthropologist, Gintautas Česnys, that is the representative of profession, very keen to archaeologists, and also he was a friend of Gimbutienė and attended one of the conferences together with Gimbutienė. And Lukšaitė, historian and archaeologist Lukšaitė, who is an internationally known scholar. After Gimbutienė was recognized internationally, she was also recognized by Lithuanian Academy of Science. And I was asked to write an annotation or some kind of feedback about the book of Marija Gimbutienė. She was my friend, my colleague from the young days, and this was my task that I delivered. So today it is really difficult to be short in describing this paper, but it was extremely comprehensive, extremely in-depth paper. So the very first paper that she published when she was abroad, mostly because of the historical circumstances, because of the war, about the burial traditions in prehistoric Lithuania, starting from 1950s, while living in the United States of America. This date was beginning of her also very prolific research activity and life. She was working in the at the university, and she had an opportunity to collect a very large-scale data and material, and she could speak and read in many languages, and all the data was easily accessible. So she created just a treasure of knowledge. At that time, she published 2 big books, 2 large-scale studies about the chartal age of Eastern Europe. When she was writing the paper, she was developing a concept of one of the very important concepts in her research worldview, a concept about the origin of Indo-Europeans and their proliferation on the continent. Maria then claimed and was supported in promoting the idea that Europeans actually stemmed from the steppes, from the Kurgan culture, as she referred it, and they moved to the west and to the north. So she was supporting this idea, this statement, with some archaeological findings. So quite a number of scientists and researchers currently support this idea and recognize it as one of the very important ideas promoted by Gimbutienė. I would like also to see what was the beginning of that concept. So she claimed that they moved to European continent, and she was greatly interested in the origin and in the very first findings that Europeans found on the continent. About 60 years late, starting from 60s, when she moved to California and worked as a professor at the university, she started working at a new theory and developed a new and a very important concept that is still being promoted currently about the people living in the old Europe. Who were they and how they were conquered? So those people living in the old Europe, this was the subject matter that she wrote really a lot about and was studying this subject. And one of the, maybe not one, but there were many papers written by her, was the gods and the goddesses in the old Europe. That is a very beautiful publication, very nicely illustrated. The mythology and her interest in mythology was not new. It was something she was interested for many years, and she liked that area, was greatly interested. And maybe this paper really crowned all her studies that she had been carrying for many years. There was a paper called the language of the goddess. That was really an important contribution to the global ecological studies. Nevertheless, I would like to note that she was greatly interested in the archaeology in Lithuania, and one of the important papers that became well known. It was published in English in 1960. The Bolts, it was published in English, then was translated into Lithuanian, German, and Italian. And another book which served this translated version in translated Lithuanian edition was published into 1985. This is Bolts in the Prehistoric Times, published in Vilnius, and she was in that paper was speaking about the material culture of the Bolts. I would say that that is one of her weaknesses, because she was fascinated by this subject, and there is a huge, as I've heard, this paper will be published repeatedly. Then another, I've heard that she's working on another big paper in Lithuanian about the residents of old Europe. Another paper that she's writing specifically for Lithuania, so that she defined a challenge for herself. She wants to introduce the old Europe to Lithuanian readers, because the book will be called The Old Europe. She's writing on a manuscript, which is kind of a synthesis, like a synthesis of all her papers. There is there are several books. The Language of the Goddess, and the third book is that will be soon published in America. It is still not published, still not available in the bookstores. So on the basis of those three books in English, Marija is working on some kind of summary, manuscript summary in Lithuanian. This book will open the deepest knowledge about the Bolts and the European culture. Because it appears that we have inherited quite a lot from the area from 6,000 years before Christ, and this spectrum of knowledge of Marija Gimbutienė is amazing. She was interested in the worldview and understanding of the oldest residents and of Europe, and she was greatly interested in the signs translated, broadcast by those people reaching us. And she was also interested in the archetypes of the old worldview. And that is the result of endless work in studying all kind of studies in Europe, and that is the result of huge efforts. And we can say that it's a kind of the miracle of intelligence, because what she refers to is some kind of journey of ornaments on potteries, like some sacralic signs that were found from 3,000 years from before Christ, and another sign that reminds of a font. Then this is the prototype of our Lithuanian Christ version. But in fact, this sculpture is from about 2,000 years before Christ. So she kind of bridges the culture and the lifestyle of prehistoric people in Europe and the current Lithuanian residents and traditions. So she finds a lot of traits of Indo-European culture in our culture, but she also was interested in what was prehistoric evidence. And as an anthropologist, I found it extremely interesting because in anthropology, we can find a lot of traits from the old Europe. And Lithuanians are more old Europeans than actually Indo-Europeans. And that really is nicely reflected in the studies by Gimbutienė. So in my opinion, that was a great that was some kind of continuation of material and spiritual culture from old Europe. I met Marija Gimbutienė a little bit later than some of my colleagues that are here with me at about 10 years ago when she was delivering lectures in Vilnius University and attended one of our conferences. After my presentation, she approached me and she was really happy to see that anthropology was kind of revived in Lithuania, and she expressed a hope that anthropologists and archaeologists in Lithuania will find some common ideas and will join in their studies. I was feeling the support from Marija Gimbutienė constantly. One of the forms of such support was that she invited us to participate in a conference in Dublin on Indo-European issues. So this picture was made about 2 years ago, and this was the last time Gimbutienė was visiting Lithuania and me, and so she was kind of our and she met us in Shannon Airport, and for entire conference, during the entire conference, we could feel her support and help. We would call her our good fair lady. And being surrounded with specialists, anthropologists, archaeologists, and ethnographers at that conference, I could feel the grandeur of that woman. This grandeur was expressed in the sense that there were some books dedicated to her. This book was edited by a very famous scientist, French, and it was specifically dedicated to Marija Gimbutienė. And her grandeur was also expressed in the term that her books were published in many places. In Dublin, there was a very pleasant surprise when she was given a book. Somebody gave her a book, of her book published in Japanese, and she dedicated that book with her signature to Vilnius University. So we have that book in Japanese language.
Whenever Marija Gimbutas would be speaking in the conference, she was indeed an authority, quite a figure. She was called by her first name, our Mary, Maria. And I remember during one of our excursions when we were driving through the central island and the most interesting and picturesque archaeological sites, I was a witness when Irish archaeologists, when approaching Marija Gimbutas, would not be believing their eyes that they were having an opportunity of meeting such a global figure, and quite a few of them admitted that meeting Marija Gimbutas was quite an event in their lives. I do remember her from the very moment of her birth. Ever since her birth, she was a ray of sun for the whole of the family. And I remember her as a very bright person. That she was interested in all sorts of areas, be it music, be it painting, and all these areas were very much close to her. And then she somehow adopted this approach of synthesizing various branches of be it artistic skills or be it scientific skills. So I believe her abilities to synthesize or to generalize something from numerous sources could be traced back to her early childhood already. And her ability to generalize something by way of looking for the genesis of the Baltic mentality or the world outlook. And at the time when she was writing her first book, she started her work on this book. She was still in Vilnius with her baby daughter, first baby daughter, Danute, on her hands, and was already writing her book with a baby daughter. I was a bit older than her, so I really was wondering how can a mother with a first newborn, could still be so much involved in writing a scientific paper. And she remained quite a mystery to me. Okay, let us show Marija Gimbutas as a mother with her firstborn baby, and she herself as a girl, as I remember her in the streets of Vilnius. And therefore, she indeed was quite a character and at the same time a very bright person. She was a very well-organized person. Otherwise, she wouldn't have made it. So many books. All the actions that she took in her life were with a purpose. And on top of that, she was not a researcher, like a nerd researcher, but she was a very warm person, bright person, was a focus of attention for everybody. And she was indeed a ray of sun for our entire nation and for the closest for those closest to her as well as for the entire world. And by the way, when she started working on her book, this book, while still at the university, I remember her writing her book at night, whereas at day she was serving as a maid in order to maintain for her family. So she was quite busy. She was working quite a lot, around the clock. So she has had a lot of energy and a strong will, and she always she always looked at her life with a purpose. And during the past decades of her life, Marija Gimbutas was analyzing non-Lithuanian archaeological sites. But she would never miss an opportunity when she had such. She was interested in any archaeological finds and anything which was discovered by her colleagues here in Lithuania. She was also she also visited the excavations in Lower Castle of Vilnius. I would also like to add that Marija Gimbutas has never forgotten about her motherland. She was always thinking how could she help her motherland or the scientists, linguistics, anthropology or archaeology, how to help to integrate these branches of sciences into the family, into the European family of these sciences. And I remember that the third Indo-Europeism conference could be hosted in Vilnius, we very much appreciate this proposal of hers, and we will do our utmost to host this third conference dedicated to Indo-European science in Vilnius. On behalf of everybody present here and on behalf of all the colleagues in Lithuania and on behalf of all the fans of Marija Gimbutas, we would like to congratulate Marija Gimbutas on the occasion of her anniversary. Maybe in other occasions we would find a bottle of Prosecco or sing Happy Birthday. Unfortunately, we cannot do it right now. Only recently, this period of mourning in Lithuania has ended, and therefore would like to wish Marija Gimbutas all the best in her life and still many more years in research activities.